Hey, tea sippers. Hey, 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 hey. What it do? What it do? Hey, what it do? What it do? What's poppin'? Come on, come on, come on back in. I know I'm late. Come on back in. I don't even think I rebooted. Hmm. Come on back in. Let's see what's going on. Let's talk about what's going on in these streets today. I saw Crystal was here and Mrs. Tom. Come in the house. Yeah, so it's some stuff going on, baby. I'm telling you, this man has been dumped from the Trump to all of that. And, you know, he's smart and sarcastic. Won't you know? Plus, hey, our haters unite. And why has BB Netanyahu put out another? Oh my God! I mean, you can tell Huckabee sitting up there talking to some imaginary person. Child, I see why. You know, they was going in business with Elon Musk and endangering and chemicals and stuff in Memphis, making folk have COPD, all of that. Russian, trying to take over, you know, rewrite history, you know, rewrite factual information. He's still saying he won, but he mad because folks won't help him with what is it, H0RMUZ or H0RMUZ or Hermes or however they want to say it. Still just mad. What you mad for? I thought it was that you obliterated the weapons of mass destruction in June. Now you saying you don't want a war, but then you turn around and you crying because they won't help you. Then you threatening folk. You know, it's gonna be hard. It's not gonna be good for you. You know, why are y'all not helping me? Because didn't nobody tell you to go through war. Why you didn't tell them that you wanted to go to war? Yeah, you wanted to do your own thing. To get your own self out of the shit that you made. Right? That's only right. And once they see you winning, that you can handle your own, then they can go in and end it. But you can't start it and say, okay, stop. So you start a fight, you hit somebody, they say, don't hit me, don't put your hands on me, and you Billy Badass, and you go in there and hit them anyway. You know, like you got hands. Yeah. And then when they putting them hands, feet, and toes on you, boom, 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 boom. Now you want to be okay. Okay, stop. No. You can't start it and then instruct somebody to stop spanking that tail. No. That's not how that go. If you don't want to get beat up, don't start it. And definitely don't put your hands on nobody in a stand your ground state. Yeah, no. That ain't how that go. But this is how this feels to me. Yeah, you didn't think it through. Yeah, you didn't complete the process in your head ahead of time. Just like Iran said, oh, that was a test. We did a test war on that was a test. They tested some things on y'all shit starters. See, you didn't test the waters. You didn't think that through. You forgot some detail. Oh, yeah. Oh, so you normally don't think anyway, right? Yeah. Rick, oh, it's too late. Oh, okay. Yeah. Your light bulb is not, your spark plugs is, yeah. Okay, well, since people say I'm hard on you, you may want to get you some omega-3 and take it every day. You also may want to detox all them worms and parasites out your body since all you eat is human meat. Or you reckon? You say you scared people it's gonna poison you, so you eat where you know y'all have contracts with human meat. Oh, so you like that human stuff. Oh, you like to be able to say you ate them up. Wow. Okay. Okay. Hi, Roderick. Hey, Joe. Crystal. Hey. Yeah, you like. So that's the only meat you trust. Is that human meat? Ooh, Lord, have mercy. Have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Yeah. Yeah, you may want to detox all them toxins and shit out your body. Yeah, them parasites and stuff. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because that's all you eating. That's what they say. Allegedly, that's who y'all designers folk got contract with. McDonald's and stuff. Mm-hmm. And that's all you tend to eat. Because that's all you trust. Imagine that. That's all you trust. That's mind-blowing. Anything other than McDonald's and Burger Kings and Wendy's, you think they trying to poison you. Lord be Jesus. Okay. Let's listen to what they have to say about this. And then it was a fire. You got buildings burning in New York. Hold. My daughter been made me stop eating. Thank you, daughter. Tell your daughter thank you. Hug her tight. Hug her tight with all your might. Yeah, it's time to break them babies and kids, grown folks too, away from McDonald's. I'm so glad. I just thank God that a young lady I know, 7-8 years ago, gave me a challenge. Since I wasn't gonna do all them 100 squats and pull-ups and stuff every day, increase. I wasn't gonna do that. But I did the 5-day challenge. No meat. No meat. And notice in them 5 days, my heartburn went away and some inflammation started going away. So I extended it for another month. I think a little over a month because it was getting close. I think I started in June and I ended it on my birthday. And a lot of inflammations, a lot of decolor, just didn't know no better. Just didn't know. And I'm up here spending all this expensive money on facial stuff, thinking it was, I don't know, because I ain't never had problem skin. Just didn't know what it was. And I stopped eating that meat. And the next day, I think I had some turkey and, I went to a soul food restaurant to get down on it, No meat for 30 plus days. I mean to tell you, immediately my heartburn came back and that swelling came back in my face. I said, oh, it's something with this meat. No meat stuff. And from that day forward, I've been no meat. And I absolutely can tell the difference. Absolutely. Even when I had an injury last month and was trying to heal, I would be doing fine on recovery. And the minute I eat something that had cheese in it or white bread or something, the minute I ate something that I know I should not have eaten, that inflammation popped right on back up. So I'm saying that to say it's interesting to me that the only thing that he feels safe is eating is what the Zionist people have said that they were other locations that the Zionist blood drinking folk that they say now have contracts with where they grind up meat, I mean human meat in the ground beef. And I'm gonna just leave that right there, right there. Let's listen to what's going on, y'all, in New York earlier today. Why is a building on fire? Hold on. Hold on. Hold my mute. I got that right over here. I don't know why I feel like I could smell some smoke. But hold on. Where did I put that? That's over here. Yeah, it's on fire. In New York. Right after they took out that Iranian leader. Yeah. And then they're going to bring another Bibi Netanyahu out talking to Huckabee.
So right now, Israelis are trying to flee Ben Gurion Airport.
Oh, no, that's what
now,
I'm
my
looking
question
for.
for
Why they running?
Is, why haven't you wiped the airport off the map yet? Wasn't that one of the first things that they did to the citizens in Gaza, or did they never actually legally allowed to have an airport in Gaza? Has Palestine had been that way without an airport for, I can't tell you how many years? I think it has been. So
They're trying to leave. Hold on, they're trying to get up out of there. That ain't what I was looking for, though. I'm looking for that fire in New York. And is it close to Trump Tower? You know, you never know with him. It can be so intentional.
A massive 28-story skyscraper in the Lower East Side of Manhattan that is burning to the ground right now. There's some type of rooftop fire. The videos that you're watching on your screen here are of all the different angles. You can see the street view right here. What's really weird is when this camera zooms out, I don't know if anybody caught this, but it looks like there's a big group of God's chosen people that are standing outside of this building. I don't know if we're talking about some dances and Israelis here now, but for whatever reason, shit's burned to the ground. Just another beautiful day in America. Like, we don't have enough problems here in our country, and we need to go off and be the world's police and send our children off to die in these wars. And I got a crazy story I'm going to tell you about these ambassadors and how they work. So I just found out something about El Salvador. It's going to blow your mind how many U.S. government officials we have in the country of El Salvador. Well, I'll just spill the beans right now, fuck it. In a country with a population of 6 million, the second largest U.S. embassy in the world.
Oh, wow. I did that. Oh, yeah, that's sad to me.
Is in El Salvador. And guess how many Americans stay at this embassy or live or work? 4,000. 3,000 to 4,000. Wow. And I asked my friend, I'm like, what do they fucking do? She's like, they're treated like royalty. So the ambassador comes here, the ambassador gets his wife, his secretary, they all have cars, they all have chauffeurs, they all have bodyguards, they have armed security. In a country like El Salvador, which is the safest country in Latin America, you need no security, you need no bodyguards. Our diplomats don't need bodyguards. And they get diplomatic immunity, so they're completely untouchable, so they can do whatever the hell they want in these countries. I was like, 4,000? No wonder how easy it is for us to carry out these regime change. Because when we need people in the streets, when we need any protests, we just have everybody at our U.S. embassy go there like that, instantly, right? It's fucking bizarre. To think about that, we the taxpayer are paying for 4,000 people to live like royalty overseas at these embassies in these countries. Mm-hmm. And we have U.S. embassies in 800 different locations all across the world. 80 military bases, 800 different facilities
wasting our
all
money
across the world in 80 different countries. Make it make sense, folks.
And
please
then they taking
away.
away
Again, why does the United States have embassies in all of these fucking countries?
Medical
and why do we need 4,000 people working at an embassy? I thought she was going to say
food
4 or 5
assistant
that ran the entire embassy. Like, you need to get a passport, you need to get this, you lost some documents. Maybe we have 10, 25 so they can rotate and have time off and take shifts and all that other bullshit. Tops 100. But we have 4,000 fucking people working at an embassy. I'm going to have to go to this embassy and check it out. I got to see it for myself. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. We out. Peace. A massive 28-story skyscraper in the Lower East Side of Manhattan that is burning to the ground right now. There's some type of rooftop fire. The videos that you're watching on your screen here are of all the different angles. You can see the street view right here. What's really weird is when this camera zooms out, I don't know if anybody caught this, but it looks like there's a big group of God's chosen people that are standing outside of this building. I don't know if we're talking about some dances and Israelis here now, but for whatever reason, shit's burned to the ground. Just another beautiful day in America. Like, we don't have enough problems here in our country that we need to go off and be the world's police and send our children off to die in these wars. And I got a crazy story I'm going to tell you about these ambassadors and how they work. So I just found out something about El Salvador. It's going to blow your mind.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on over there? Okay, let me get back over here. Let's see what this man is trying to say. Why he burning down all these bridges? Why London Bridge is falling down. Falling down. Falling down. Thank you, Peter.
International coalition to protect shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Coming up on Jerusalem Dateline, the pounding continues as the U.S. and Israel set the conditions for the Iranian people to take their future into their own hands. President Trump seeks an international coalition to protect shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Plus, buoyant Israeli economy, an optimistic outlook on acquisitions and oil prices. And from bar mitzvah to funeral, the city of Beit Shemesh standing together and coping with loss. All this and more coming up on this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. Hello and welcome to this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. I'm Julie Stahl, here with my fellow correspondent.
Thank you,
Joshua
Mrs.
Swanson.
Tom.
Welcome, Joshua. How are you holding up these days?
Well, Julie, lots of sirens, lots of trips to the bomb shelter, but I feel blessed to be in Jerusalem.
Oh, wow.
Indeed.
As the war with Iran enters its third week, opening the Strait of Hormuz remains a top issue. President Trump is seeking an international coalition to help protect shipping.
At the same time, the U.S. is threatening to take out a major oil facility that would cripple what's left of Iran's economy. Here's the latest on these and other stories.
Inside the Silver Star survival package, you'll find a covert, all-in-one solar briefcase generator called the Alpha Case.
I need to get
It's
one.
fume-free, whisper quiet, and safe to use inside your home. And because it includes a free solar panel, you don't need gas, extension cords, or even the power grid. That means your fridge keeps running, your phone stay charged, and critical devices
hold
and
on.
medical equipment can stay on, even during a
Dang.
total blackout. But
Hold on, y'all. We need to see this in case you don't have a power grid. In case it says, dang, for Patreons. Do we need to see this, y'all? Do y'all need a power grid? I think I do. I may need to hit this. I need to hit it. Silver Star Patriots. Just in case. Backup power to stay connected. Reliable food stays fed. Drinkable water stay hydrated. Built in, just to take the number down. Oh, well, hold on. Oh, shoot. This may be out of budget. Wait. Talking about add to cart. How much is it? They don't want us to see. Oh, y'all can't see. Oh, yeah. I saw easy payment plan. How much is this thing? Oh, that's the Silver Star. I need the grid thing. I need the power charger. This thing right here. Do y'all have one? I was doing research on them. Okay, let's move on because it's not giving me a price. So they $793. Wait, what? Solo power, survival, food. I don't need your food. No, yeah, let me get on up out of here. Let me get on up out of there. Woo.
President Trump told reporters on Air Force One he's demanding some oil-dependent countries come and help police the Strait of Hormuz.
Demanding. That's why you're not getting no help.
President Trump told
Just in case you didn't know. Yeah, nah, I got on up out of there, didn't I? Hey, Elizabeth. Just in case you didn't know, sir, you're not getting any help because you're demanding. You still think people are scared of you. They're not.
reporters on Air Force One he's demanding some oil-dependent countries come and help police the Strait of Hormuz.
I got on up out of there, didn't I, Peter?
It's a place from which they get their energy, and they should come and they should help us protect it. You could make the case that maybe we shouldn't even be there at all because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil.
On Friday, the U.S. attacked the military installations, not the oil facilities, on Karg Island, Iran's main facility to export oil and its economic lifeline.
We left just one little area standing at the standing waters where they have the pipes, the oil pipe from them. And we can do that on 5 minutes notice. We have it all knocked on it and ready to go. We want to do it. We chose not to do it.
All this in response to Iran's actions to close the Strait of Hormuz, cut off oil shipments, and create a global economic crisis. But U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright sees this as a short-term disruption.
Americans are feeling it right now. Americans will feel it for a few more weeks. But at the end, we will have removed the greatest risk to global energy supplies.
But one thing is for sure, this blackmail that they're doing with the oil just shows how
State of Israel Prime Minister office.
It would blackmail the world with nuclear weapons, and there would be nothing we could do about it.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's foreign policy advisor, Dr. Ophir Falk.
Where is BB? If you can record him speaking and drinking coffee, why he can't come out? Huh? If y'all can record, where's BB? Yeah, y'all said that he was talking with Huckabee. Yeah. Do we need to go over there? Yeah, you got another fake one. Oh, yeah, we have killed the leader. There's another name off of the list. Yeah, was you even speaking English? Was you speaking English? And I'm telling you one thing they cannot get with that AI. They cannot get that thick ass tongue. They trying though. And I wanted old boy to turn around. I'm trying to get to it. I wanted him to turn around. And I wanted to see if he had that wrinkled forehead. You know. I wanted to see if he had that hair lip. Well, it ain't really a hair lip, but he got something on his lip where that mole is. He got a marker. Yeah, and they kind of make his lips, make it kind of go up when they talk. You know what I mean? So I was looking for it to see if, you know, you gonna turn around and let me see so I can examine you. You know, you didn't give me a good enough face to face. You know, you kind of stayed to the side on the cool. Yeah, why? I could tell that was the real Huckabee, but I couldn't tell if that was the real you. I mean, I know it ain't. Where did I put that? Let me see if this is it. Oh, no, that ain't her. Yeah, he got another one. He got another video where he's still trying to act like he alive. But why you can't come out? Why you still got folk talking for you? Yeah, where is this at? With Huckabee, of all people. Yeah, hold on. I gotta show y'all this. And then I turn right around and here you got somebody speaking for you again. Why? If you're alive, come out. Come out wherever you are. Hello? Hold on.
The DOJ should open a criminal investigation.
No, hold on, y'all. Hey, Janet. Hold on. Huckabee. Is this proof Netanyahu is a lie? This is the craziest shit. You know, this is just to throw folk off. I just proved that Netanyahu and Huckabee. Oh, okay. You said it was fake. I was gonna say, I know good and dang well it ain't real. Hell, he's stiff. Oh, this is the one I watched. Okay, here you go. Yeah, but I could tell.
Mr. Prime Minister, I want you to know.
Oh my God, these people are crazy. They really be trying. They try too hard. If he can walk U.S. ambassador to Israel, Huckabee, yeah, he pushed back on the death rumors. You trying too hard. Let me start there, sir. You trying too hard to prove, but you're missing vital meetings, conferences. Yeah. Where you need to be, you're not. But you have put up 4 or 5 different videos trying to make people think you're alive. Now, I know this ain't nobody but Trump. This is, y'all both probably liars, but this is Trump acting because he got 7 or 8 clones. So your clone done got in. But they made him too young looking. They ain't give him no wrinkles or rolls. You understand? And that accent just ain't thick enough for old Auntie Fee. But let's go. No, Huckabee, I can tell right off that's him. I can. Let's go.
The president asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes.
Now, and mind you, Netanyahu is not a smiler. He don't do all that smiling and, kiki kaka. When he talks, he's kind of very serious with his, it was a cartoon character on one of them Bugs Bunnies or somebody that had that slither thick tongue. I don't remember which cartoon it was, but he got the but let's listen. Let's listen. And pay very close attention. Because, see, I couldn't see his wrinkles on here. I want to get up close and personal. Let me make this a little bigger. Yeah, I want to get up close and personal. And Huckabee, you thought you was talking shit to Tucker because you done lost some weight. You used to be an old big fat ass. Yeah. Hi, winner. He isn't dead. Girl, bye. Get on out of here. Get out. Don't come in here lying. Are you one of them people that they paying to come in and lie? Yeah, girl, bye.
Mr. Prime Minister, I wanted you to know the president asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike.
Wouldn't the president already know since he talked to him every damn day? Wouldn't the president? Oh, we don't have a goal? Well, I tried to do super chat goals. Y'all just going past that, don't y'all? Act like y'all don't see that one. But here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, Trump talked to him every day. He would know what to do if Bibi Netanyahu was alive, in recovery. Yeah, he would still be getting advice from him. Don't come in here lying. Please don't. I take offense to that. Just hush. Don't come in here lying. There we go. There go to go. He does have a big head. Yeah, okay.
Yes, I'm alive.
I checked that, and I'm happy to see that. But he wanted to make sure because, you guys get along too well.
I know, and we shake hands with 5 fingers in each hand. But I have to tell you, I'm alive.
this card.
Oh.
And, yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card. Today, I raised 2 names on the punch cards. And you see how many more to go on this batch.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And what the president and U.S. forces are doing is incredible. We're very proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And getting rid of these lunatics who'd like to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city after wiping out Israel. They ain't gonna do that. We're wiping them out. I love it.
After what? I thought they had already wiped them out. I thought they had already won. What did he say? After what? What y'all think? What y'all thinking so far? How old girl was saying he alive and he recovering. Well, how is he walking? He don't look like right here. This clone don't look like nothing wrong with him. Hell, he don't even have a wrinkle on his face. What y'all think? Well, Winner said he isn't unalive. He's hurt. Where? Where he hurt at? He walking in all cool, talking about he done took out 2 people. Where he at? Where he hurt at? I mean, since you want to be foolish enough and play with the game and think you finna come over here and play with me, the devil is a lie. Well, where he hurt at? Well, which one is it? Is he hurt? You know, is this him? Y'all gotta get y'all lives together. You understand? You know, when you when you don't know what they gonna do, so you don't know how to go along with the script. Yeah, since it's scripted, which one is it? Is he recovering, walking in the door with his little pimp walk on? You understand? Yeah, talking about taking people out. So is he alive? Is he recovering? Or is this a clone? AI. What we doing? Now, Huckabee look real. It's this no wrinkle face, you know, no I mean, his color kind of off to me from his face and his hands, but who am I? Yeah, the way he normally have a little bangs on his big ass forehead, he don't have them. I mean, his ears are big, but these ears right here look like, whoo, yeah. So what we doing? Yeah, what we doing, good people? What we think? Jenny said, please don't come in here lying, because we'll get you right on up out of here. You know, having an opinion and lying is 2 different things. You done put him in the recovery room. Yeah, he out of sight because he recovering, but he walking through the door. Is this an impersonator? What we doing? I mean, you say he recovering. He walking through doors. Pulling off a hit list. You know, pulling out a hit list saying 2 down. So that means that rumor about what's his name, Ayatollah, who made his son, they was trying to say he was hidden unalive. That means he ain't hidden unalive. You got Ayatollah and you got the leader. That's 2. Yeah, folks, y'all need to get y'all lives together. So y'all can, you know, at least try to let the dots connect, even if they can connect in a lie. Yeah, y'all not in sync. They didn't update the bots. Yeah.
They ain't gonna do that. We're wiping them out. I love it.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Take care.
A healthy liver helps your body process.
What y'all think?
All right, Dad, what do you make? My new go-to morning smoothie.
Did they fool you?
This is the secret.
Well, I need to take my dose. Did that fool y'all? Did that fool you? So they done got him a clone. First of all, he way too young looking, you know. I just wanted to know what you think. Let's get back to old Donnie Don, dumb boy. Oh, no. Let's get on back to Dum Dum and let him finish saying what he was saying. I just had to show y'all that. I just had to show y'all this foolishness. They spend too much time trying to fool us and control these narratives. They need to stop that. Keep it real. Oh, they don't know how to keep it real. Oh, okay. All they know how to do is lie. Oh, they gotta fake it till they make it. Oh, okay. Well, that's what they doing, y'all. They trying to fake it till they make it. Let's get on back over here so we can get on through with this and be ready for later on.
Ophir Falk told CBN News
Yes,
the war is ahead of.
So I don't know why they have to have this impersonator. Well, not an impersonator, a spokesperson for Bibi Netanyahu. What they need him for if he's still alive. If he meeting Huckabee, why the hell he ain't talking for himself?
Secretary Chris Wright sees this as a short-term disruption.
Americans are feeling it right now. Americans will feel it for a few more weeks. But at the end,
does that make sense to anybody?
Removed the greatest risk to global energy supplies.
But one thing is for sure, this
guy right here, if Bibi Netanyahu's still alive and he meeting with Huckabee, then why is the state of Israel prime minister's office, why he not speaking for himself? He going to the coffee shop, he walking and talking, he shaking people's hands. He want us to see that he got 5 and not 6. You know, I don't even know if Bibi Netanyahu would even entertain trying to explain 5 to 6 hands. You know, typically he is a straightforward, no nonsense type of guy. You know, why would he be even entertaining? You know, I thought he was against, you know, kind of all of that. I'm bitching Bibi Netanyahu. I do what I want to do. I say what I want. That's more Spanish, ain't it? I can't stand his thick ass tongue. And that's a dead giveaway for me. If he ain't talking deep and heavy, that ain't him. That ain't him. But I showed y'all, I tried to show y'all yesterday where the incident really happened. So all of those little AIs that I really don't show y'all of him laying on the concrete, no, because he was down in one of those bunkers, underground bunkers. So he wouldn't be on top of the gravel unless, you know, they pulled him up. But what I tried to show y'all yesterday, yeah, he was down underground in a bunker with security and stuff around him. That Mossad guy, the guy unalive. Yeah, and it came down on them. And when it came down on him, it knocked him down. Blood came out the mouth, looked like, and, you know, some other stuff. Yeah, so they really just need to own that. But that means that will be a victory. So they needed to celebrate they get back. That's how I look at that. And they just couldn't say the Bibi Netanyahu was taken out. So how long are they going to act like he's still alive? Or they're going to be writing history. And so he's never going to have a death date. Right? He going to live on forever. Okay. But again, if anybody can tell me why we got all of these sightings of him now with Huckabee, I mean, kind of let you know who's in charge of all of this AI and these clones and stuff, right? Because we ain't seen him with no Israelis in his administration, next to anybody in the prime minister's office. He done missed 2 meetings, right? But he ain't been standing next to none of them folk that work for him. Okay. Oh, cause he was with Huckabee. The president wanted me to check y'all stop it. Stop it. Stop with all of the pumping one another up. It's a dead giveaway. Stop it. And stop begging. Yeah, let's go.
One thing is for sure, this blackmail that they're doing with the oil just shows how terrible it would have been if they hadn't.
Blackmail? Blackmail? Dog, I know you lying. I know you lying. Y'all done kidnapping heist, all from Venezuela, selling it to who y'all wanted to the highest dang bidder, opening up accounts and stuff so that y'all can funnel this money from this stolen oil. Blackmail. Blackmail. Yeah, okay.
Applies.
But one thing is for sure, this blackmail that they're doing with the oil just shows how terrible it would have been if they had nukes. They would blackmail the world with nuclear weapons, and there would be nothing we could do about it.
That's all.
Brian,
Were they blackmailing y'all before y'all started this war? Prime Minister's office. They was in the process of trying to have peace deals, peace treaties. Y'all set this up some time ago. Remember, y'all had a test run in June. Trump fired the first missile. It was a test run. Are y'all playing in our face? Did you forget? Oh, we were supposed to forget. Oh, okay. Okay. We were supposed to forget. And so we just supposed to take what you say and run with it. Like, what? Oh, we used to. Oh, we used to just take whatever y'all say and let y'all just have y'all way. Oh, so it's our fault now. It's our fault now, y'all, because we just not taking whatever they say is law. Hell to the no. To the no. Them days are over. Them days are over. Yeah, them days are over. No, quit lying. Let's go.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's foreign policy advisor, Dr. Ophir Falk, told CBN News the war is ahead of schedule, but the campaign will continue. Falk says there's a plan going forward.
Well, I can't speculate. I can't get into details exactly what our operational plans are, but I can tell you that we have a set plan with a lot of surprises coming up. At the end of the day, we got to remove the existential threat posed.
Can I ask you something? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I got my finger up. Excuse me. Was y'all expecting for Netanyahu to get caught slipping? I mean, was y'all surprised with that? Oh, you don't want to talk about that? Oh, okay. Leave you alone? Oh, okay. I just heard you say y'all had a lot of stuff planned, and I was just wondering, was this a backdoor thing? I mean, was this a part of the plan or what? I mean, how that happen? How y'all get caught slipping? I just want to know. I want to know for the ones in the back.
Surprises. A lot of surprises coming up. At the
Surprise!
end of the day, we got to remove the existential threat posed by this Ayatollah regime. They've been calling death to America, death to Israel for 47 years.
Fox says the conditions are being set for the Iranian people to take the future in.
Well, if they've been saying death to America, and death to, why was they in negotiation? I mean, if somebody's saying death to the U.S., reckon they wouldn't be trying to talk to him and come to, I mean, so there was no death to the U.S., right? Yeah, that's what they said, sir. That Trump to the rump, big rump, had reneged twice. And other than today, with the smoke on the roof in New York, so I'm sure they're going to blame Iran for that, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think it was intentionally set. If it's not a grease fire, I need to say fire. Yeah, if it's not a grease fire or electrical, then I'm going to say it's a lie. It was intentionally set. It's not 9/11. Let's be clear. We ain't falling for the banana. The same banana in the same tailpipe. No.
Their hands.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've been decimating this Ayatollah regime, its capabilities. It's a death cult that's been terrorizing the world and its people for decades. They slaughtered civilians, Iranian civilians on the streets just a few weeks ago. Thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands of them.
Maybe.
And at the end of the day, it's up to the Iranian people to do the right thing. And I think they will do the right thing.
The IDF is also sending more ground forces into Lebanon to target
in New York
Hezbollah forces and create more security
you
for
weren't in here
residents
then?
in northern Israel. The U.S. and Israel are also fighting back against propaganda fueled by artificial intelligence. President Trump slammed several media organizations for published northern Israel. The U.S. and Israel are also fighting back against propaganda.
So you're fighting back against propaganda, and you're the ones who putting the propaganda out there. Riddle me that. Why would Bibi Netanyahu be trying to prove that he's still alive if he was alive? So those fake AIs is propaganda full of lies. We see you. Release the full Epstein files. That's all you have to do. I think Bundy got here with a subpoena today for lying for you. Or was it Bundy, somebody in your cabinet, for lying for you? Yeah, you are the faker of the propaganda. That's why you wanted your impeachments removed out of the Smithsonian. You wanted a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, you are trying to rewrite your legacy. I think you think it's your will. Did your daddy leave some money for you? Your mama said that you have to have a clean slate or something? Because you want to be a villain one day, and then you want to be, a prince of peace. I saw something about you talking about what is today? The 17th was supposed to be a come to Jesus, a return to one nation under God. I said, Lord, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Why are y'all playing with God? But carry on. I ain't even entertained it that day. Because to me, as far as I'm concerned, you mocking God with your devilish ways. Yeah. But yeah, this propaganda, and you going hard. You trying too hard to convince us, why, I don't know, that Bibi Netanyahu is still alive, and his wife is asking for God to give her strength. You know, when we start, Lord, give us strength. It's just too much. Well, if she wasn't calling on the Lord, she sound like she trying to call on him to me. Lord, you know, when you start, give us strength. Lord, give us strength. This is just too much. I done lost my husband. I done lost my brother-in-law. I done lost security. Lord. Yeah, I got my hands up for her. Yeah, because that's what goes along with give me strength. Yeah, y'all play too much. Y'all think our blinders are on. Let's go.
Fueled by artificial intelligence. President Trump slammed several media organizations for publishing AI-generated videos of Iranian boats attacking shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
Are those peanuts in the water?
Prime Minister Netanyahu's office published this video showing the Prime Minister getting a cup of coffee, refuting an online AI video claiming he's been assassinated.
We're gonna see if that hair grows to the normal length of weight that he normally wears his hair, or is his hair gonna stay just like that? Get the hairline right, get the haircut right, get the hair color right. You need to get it right. While you trying to show 5 fingers, dude, put some wrinkles on, you know, the next clone, look-alike, AI need to have some wrinkles. It needs to have the right color of gray. You understand? And the hair needs to be a little bit longer. He never wore his hair cut that short. Oh, he got a new barber. Oh, he got a new barber. Oh, he trying a new Mac. Yeah, he ain't in NWNC 95 no more. He a different number. Oh, so it covers. Oh, he got a new facial makeup line that covers up the wrinkles. It's for 65 and up. Where's his little dot on his lip? Huh? Why when he talk that lip don't go up? Oh, you ain't got to that yet. Oh, okay. Leave you alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, Auntie Fee. Leave me alone. Okay, baby. Okay, I'll leave you alone. Okay.
Mitchell, CBN News, Jerusalem.
Imagine being able to build anything. Just
leave me alone.
Base
yeah, y'all sit down with all of that foolishness. Come on.
44.
NC 44. That's his color. I'll go back and show you, Mrs. Tom, about the fire.
Calling Iran a paper tiger, President Trump says 7,000 Iranian targets have been hit so far, reducing the regime's missile capability by 90%.
They have been literally obliterated.
Oh, my God.
The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone.
But opening the Strait of Hormuz to get oil flowing remains a problem. Trump is rallying other countries to help.
Did we just see Iranians trying to leave the airport? Didn't I just show y'all that? But okay.
But says the response is split and the EU is disinterested.
Thank you,
Some
Elizabeth.
are very enthusiastic and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have 1 or 2 that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years.
Oh, no, boo. It's way more than 1 or 2.
The president declined to name the countries, but says about 7 are on board so far.
Quit
adding that the
lying.
U.S. could go it alone if needed.
It always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them.
Asked by reporters who he's dealing with in Iran, the president says he's not sure.
All of their leaders are dead, as far as we know. But they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with.
Both the U.S. and Israel are still not certain about the status of Iran's new supreme leader.
A lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead.
Where is Mustafa? I mean, they elected the leader. He's not there. You can hide, but it's better to show up. You can have a video and prove you are alive.
In Lebanon, it's raining leaflets, warning residents there to evacuate as Israeli defense
all
forces
the leaders was
push
gone, and
deeper
that was
into
the other
southern
day.
Lebanon.
So if all the leaders are gone, I just need to catch it. I can't keep listening to this. I can't with the lies. I just can't. Because they said all the leaders were gone, and that was the other day when he had that yellow tie on. Then who did y'all get today? I thought he was a leader. The fake Bibi Netanyahu say y'all only gotten 2. Now how you, Joe lying ass, gonna say all the leaders was gone a couple of days ago when all you had was 1? See how you get caught in your lies? I can't let you make it. Yeah, I can't keep listening to this. I gotta go on to something else. I cannot just keep listening to these lies when they done been doing some things. Let me get back to that fire, and there's some other stuff going. Iran may not stop fighting, even as Trump said U.S. could. U.S. ain't running nothing. Where was? Oh, it's on the other side. Okay.
Turns out the government tracks a lot of data.
Let me get my other
It's
tablet and
scattered
show you.
all over the place. Data on prices, jobs, benefits, healthcare.
Yeah,
defense.
I can't. Wonder Zelensky's one of the most incompetent invasions. And then you have one of the top guys,
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kelly
counterterrorism,
O'Donnell.
resigning. He said, I can't. That's all. He pop-eyed him, y'all. He pop-eyed him. That's all I can stand. I can't stand no more. He pop-eyed that ass. This one, I'll come back to you. He pop-eyed him.
All right, let's get another take on National Counterterrorism Director Joe Kent's resignation.
And for that, we hand it back over to Nick Schifrin.
He called him weak.
To discuss Kent's comments about Iran and what his resignation says about the intelligence community, I'm joined by Nick Rasmussen, who under the Obama administration directed the National Counterterrorism Center, the same center from which Kent resigned today. Nick Rasmussen, thanks very much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
To the NewsHour. In the letter, Kent refutes the president and says Iran was not an imminent threat. What do we know about what Kent might have seen in the intelligence that
Called
would
him
lead
out
him to so
for lying. Let me
go
get my
against
other device.
Well, the question of imminence when you're talking about threats, national security threats, is not a black and white matter, as you can imagine. And even in what Director Kent put on the record with his letter today, he didn't speak specifically to the nuclear threat or the threat to U.S. interests from terrorism or the threat from, for example, Iran's missile program.
Don't play in our face. What? Who? PBS. I can't fool with y'all. No. He was clear. He said threat. All of them. Whatever. He refutes any threat. There was no threat. Now, don't try to put it in a particular category. Well, he didn't say missile. He didn't say... what? He said threat, period. He said what he meant. He said he lying, period. There was no threat, period, of any kind. And I could no longer, in good faith and consciousness, imminent. Yeah. Period. Well, he didn't say patty cake. He didn't say patty cake 2 times. Patty cake. He didn't say that. He just said patty, and then he said cake. So it could be patty cake, since he didn't say patty cake. That's just how elementary, nursery rhymish you sound. Patty cake. That's your name. Patty cake. Yeah. Thank you.
The nuclear threat or the threat to U.S. interests from terrorism.
Oh,
His
my
letter
God.
today, he didn't speak specifically to the nuclear threat or the threat to U.S. interests from terrorism or the threat from, for example, Iran's ballistic missile program. So in a sense, we don't know exactly what he was alluding to with his comments. And as I was saying a bit ago, that
Boy,
the concept
go
of
get a
imminence
girdle.
is not black and white. It can have a very temporal component to it. If the intelligence community, for example, were in possession of information that said or suggested that an attack on U.S. interest was going to happen at this place on that day,
Hey, Monty.
in this manner, that would certainly constitute an imminent threat. But you can have imminence without having all of those elements as well. If you feel like, and I say feel, if you feel like you don't have the ability to forecast and project when an attack might happen, that might create a sense of imminence, even if you don't have that specific intelligence giving you time and place.
Ken also says in the letter, it's a quote, a lie, that there's a clear path to victory.
Yeah, so you just said all of that to try to clear up where he was clear. He full of bull crap, and there's no truth in none of it. Stop playing with people's intelligence. The blinders are off.
We don't really know what necessarily that means, but U.S. officials have told me that the intelligence assessment is that the Iranian regime is unlikely to fall despite this war. Is that the kind of thing that
get you a girdle?
Be talking about there?
Again, I obviously have no insight into what the intelligence assessments say right now about what Iran will look like in the aftermath of this campaign. But I will say that most national security professionals I know on all political sides very much want to see the Iranian capability to carry out terrorist activity around the world.
Was no threat. President Obama and Biden had agreed.
The West wants to see that capability degrade and diminish.
Too,
and so that is something I think on which there is pretty wide unanimity among intelligence and national security professionals.
Bottom line, the NCTC is responsible for analyzing, assessing the threat, and integrating intelligence, both foreign and domestic. So is that mission affected by his resignation today?
I mean, I'd like to think, and I have confidence that the men and women
what
who
you
work
mean
at
you
NCTC
can't rewind
are
all
still
on
doing
tape?
exactly that work, Nick, and kind of keeping their eye on the ball. They're very mission focused on making sure that they have their eyes on every bit of available intelligence so that they can prepare the best possible
Monty,
assessments to support
for coming in, hitting the like button. Hit the like button. Follow Monty. Come in, hitting the like button.
It can be a little bit disruptive. And I
Monty, raise your hand so they can see it's you and read your comment. Monty said, hey, Auntie Fee and family, we are family. Yeah, I came in hitting the like button. Follow Monty. Hit the like button. Thank you.
Departs the scene. It can be a little bit disruptive. And I suspect the acting director, whoever he or she is moving to try to send signals of stability and confidence to the workforce to keep them on track.
How much do we know whether the NCTC has been doing, whether Joe Kent has been doing that role that we traditionally believe the NCTC has done, including under you?
Well, the organization has certainly been preparing, I would believe, the intelligence assessments to undergird and to support good policymaking and good decision making. As ever, it's a question of how those assessments are landing with the customer set.
Right. Customer, of course, the ultimate IC customer is the President of the United States.
Exactly, but I don't want to understate how important it is that work go on even to support those beyond the President. For example, when you're thinking about the homegrown violent extremist threat here in the United States, it's just as important, I would argue, that NCTC, along with FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and CIA, and our other intel community partners, support the state and local apparatus around the country as they try to worry and deal with potential homegrown threats. So that customer set is wide, deep, and very expansive.
But since the war has started, we have seen multiple homegrown attacks, some of which it does seem to be inspired by the war, whether in Iran or in Lebanon with Hezbollah. How much would the NCTC have been focused on that, and how much will it be going forward?
They would certainly be focused on those kinds of attacks. When an attack like that happens, along with FBI partners and other intelligence community and law enforcement partners, they would be digging in to try to determine what motivated this individual to carry out the attacks that were undertaken. And I would surmise, we don't know the full answer to that. We've seen some early press reporting, as you suggested, linking these attacks to what happened in Iran or what's happening in Lebanon. but that work probably continues, with FBI in the lead as an investigative matter.
And just quickly in the last few seconds, we have overall, zoom out for us, where is the overall counterterrorism effort for the United States today?
I mean, I worry a bit, but again, I'm used to worrying in this sense. You always worry when you come from a background where you focus on terrorism and counterterrorism. But I worry a little bit about the hollowing out of a workforce that has gotten younger and less experienced over time with departures from government service, either violent.
Then why would you fire people who had experience in it? Oh, because he thought that the people that he had GROOMED prior would be able to learn as they go. Yeah, because that way he can tell them what to do. So he could say that he wanted to be in total control. Like he said, he runs the Department of Justice because he put his groomies, in place. Oh, it didn't work when he had his family like that, did it? Yeah, they got in trouble, right? Didn't they just get hit with the Andrew brothers? Yeah, Ivanka and her husband. Yeah, they got found guilty. Yeah, your daughter, she got hit with human trafficking, sex trafficking. Yeah, with the Andrew brothers. That's been real kind of shh, wasn't it? Shh, don't tell nobody. Yeah, that's why I was trying to tell somebody when I was on Miss Parker's platform earlier today about that generational curse. Yeah, she was in the Epstein files. Yeah, she was. Just like the Andrews was in the Epstein files. Yeah, rumor has it that there's about to be some charges that comes up on some of the folks in the... Auntie Fee, you lying. I know good and dang well you lying. Yeah, but my likes ain't up enough for me to talk about it just yet. Yeah, my likes gotta be up. Now, it may not be the exact people that we want to be charged, but baby, that subpoena lit a light up under Bondi's ass, didn't it? Yes, indeed, haunting. Let me take my earpiece out. Yes, indeed, haunting. Yeah. It's some things that's happening. Yeah. And that's I'm just saying, all in them countries, they be like, shit, I'm finna help you do what you got. They finna hem you up. It's just a matter of time. You been playing with them kids and they bombing military bases where y'all had trafficking going on. And yeah, they trying to find that foreigner in Qatar where he showed you that picture of you playing with some minors and you tried to grab it out. They finna hem your ass up one way or another. You ain't hear about that rocks? That's why I don't understand why y'all don't hit the like button. Hit the like. Help me reach my goals. Get me hyped up. What did Ostan G? He used to say something about getting hyped up. Yeah. Y'all don't handle me appropriately, men and women. I sure don't get down with men not handling me appropriately. You know, I got all this goodness. All this good tea. Yeah. Hit the like button. Oh, yeah, I got tea, baby.
Voluntary or involuntary, downsizing, budget cuts, budget reductions.
Which part did you not hear, Roxy, about Ivanka and her husband with the Andrew brothers? Some people that's been in the Epstein files. I mean, they in the Epstein files too. They got found guilty. Along with the Andrew brothers. Ivanka and her husband. It's a family thing. It's a generational curse. Yeah. Jared daddy was pardoned by Trump. He a crook too. She a crook, he a crook, everybody crook. You know, they own McDonald's, had a farm. Yeah. Yeah.
Emphasis away from counterterrorism and terrorism towards state competition, state conflict, and other administration priorities to include immigration.
Nick Rasmussen, thank you very much.
You're so very welcome. Hold on, let me get back over here. Let me let her see this New York building that's on fire. And then I'll see if I can. Where my like still didn't go up. Daughter being in the files. Yeah, her name came up in the Epstein files when he was having those calendar parties, whatever little parties they was having when they was auctioning off the kids, and Ivanka and Eric, the older kids was there at the auction, auctioning off little girls. Yes, his adult kids were named. They were there. It's in the Epstein file. The Andrew brothers that just got found guilty last week were in the Epstein files. Jared Kushner. Yeah, that looked like he finna go into reptilian. And his wife, Ivanka, were found guilty. But hold that mute. Hold that mute. This is the New York, I think. Fire. Hold on.
And there's actually people get arrested. This is going to be interesting. You're going to want to...
Oh, no, that's the one. That's the one I didn't want to hear just yet, but we're here now. Let's go. Let me set this down so y'all can see what he's saying. Y'all need to hit my like button. Like now. Double tap the face of the screen and get the like button. Get them likes up. Damn. Oh, yeah. Where you been, Rock? I'm sorry where you know, I don't know. I ain't going to be smart and sarcastic to you because you been over here before. I was finna say something slick with the lips, you know.
Holy shit, if this is true about what just happened yesterday with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell specifically, and there's actually people get arrested, this is going to be interesting. You're going to want to check this tweet out. I don't know if this is true, but let me know what you guys think. So Vic over on Instagram goes by Subtle Bodie. He says, so in case you guys needed to know, Ghislaine Maxwell became unsealed sometime yesterday, and here's what happened while y'all were distracted by the bullshit. And by unsealed, I assume that means her indictments or her testimony was unsealed. And let me be the first to tell you guys, we got 2 pages of these. So the first page, we can see here, Democrat activist and BLM organizer Charles Wade was arrested and charged with human trafficking and underage prostitution. Democrat Texas attorney and activist Mark Vendivius was charged with having sex with a minor, including under the age of 18, to have sex and compelling prostitution of at least 9 legal clients of possession of child pornography. He was found guilty on 6 counts of sex trafficking. Domestic Virginia delegate Joe Mercy was included or indicted on charges connected to relationship with a 17-year-old girl and was charged with supervisory indecent liberties with a minor, electronic solicitation, blah, 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 minor possession of child pornography and distribution of child pornography. Democrat Massachusetts Congressman Gary Stubbs was censured by the House of Representatives after he admitted to inappropriate relationships with a 17-year-old girl. Democrat former mayor, and there's actually people get arrested. This is going to be interesting. You're going to want to check this tweet out. I don't know if this is true, but let me know what you guys think. So Vic over on Instagram goes by Subtle Bodie. He says, so in case you guys needed to know, Ghislaine Maxwell became unsealed sometime yesterday, and here's what happened while y'all were distracted by the bullshit. And by unsealed, I assume that means her indictments or her testimony was unsealed. And let me be the first to tell you guys, we got 2 pages of these. So the first page,
they go Democrat
activist and BLM
attorney and activist Mark
arrested and charged with human trafficking and underage prostitution.
Was charged.
Democrat Texas attorney and activist Mark Vendivius was charged with having sex with a minor, including under the age of 18, to have sex and compelling prostitution of at least 9 legal clients of possession of child pornography. He was found guilty on 6 counts of sex trafficking. Domestic Virginia delegate Joe Mercy was included or indicted on charges connected to relationship with a 17-year-old girl and was charged with supervisory indecent liberties with a minor, electronic solicitation, blah, 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 blah. Minor possession of child pornography and distribution of child pornography. Democrat Massachusetts Congressman Gary Studs was censured by the House of Representatives after he admitted to inappropriate relationships with a 17-year-old girl. Democrat former Mayor Stillwater, New York, Rick Nelson, was pled guilty to 5 counts of possessing child pornography with children less than 16 years of age. Democratic former Mayor Clayton of New York, Dale Kenson, was indicted on sexual acts against a teenager. And Democrat former Mayor Hubbing, Ohio, Richard Kane, was given a life sentence in jail for raping a 4-year-old girl. And I apologize if I'm messing up some of these words. It's super hard to see when I do these voiceovers. I gotta like zoom in on my phone. It's a pain in the ass, so sorry about the verbiage here.
4-year-old girl.
Of child pornography and distribution of child pornography. Democrat Massachusetts Congressman Gary Studs was censured by the House of Representatives after he admitted to inappropriate relationships with a 17-year-old girl. Democrat former Mayor Stillwater, New York, Rick Nelson, was pled guilty to 5 counts of possessing child pornography with children less than 16 years of age. Democratic former Mayor Clayton of New York, Dale Kenson, was indicted on sexual acts against a teenager. And Democrat former Mayor Hubbing, Ohio, Richard Kane, was given a life sentence in jail for raping a 4-year-old girl.
Lock him up.
And I apologize if I'm messing up some of these.
Lock them up. I don't care what side of the fence they on. Lock them up.
The verbiage here. Next up on the next page, we have Democrat Illinois State Representative Keith Farrahan has resigned and was charged with possession of child pornography and has been accused of bragging at an online site about sexually molesting a 6-year-old girl. Domestic spokesperson for the Arkansas Democratic Party, Harold Moody Jr., was charged with distribution and possession of child pornography. Democrat Rander Township Board of Commissioner member Philip AHR resigned from his position after being charged with possession of child pornography and abusing between 2 and 6-year-olds. Now, damn, that seems like a lot of.
So you know that this is a Republican chiming in on Democrats, and I don't care. I don't care if they did it. Lock their asses up. See, the difference is they just want it to be about one side or the other. I don't care nothing about which side they from. As far as I'm concerned, they just nasty PDFers. I don't care about none of that Democrat. But because everybody on here is a Democrat, then you know that it's the push from the Republicans. I don't care. So when they say, well, what about all the Democrats? Same rule applies. Same rule applies. Yeah. There's so many. Absolutely. It's more than that. It's more than that. Make no mistake about it. It's more than this.
In Ohio, Richard Kane was given a life sentence in jail for raping a 4-year-old girl. And I apologize if I'm messing up some of these words. It's super hard to see when I do these voiceovers. I gotta like zoom in on my phone. It's a pain in the ass, so sorry about the verbiage here. Next up on the next page, we have Democrat Illinois State Representative Keith Farrahan has resigned and was charged with possession of child pornography and has been accused of bragging at an online site about sexually molesting a 6-year-old girl. Domestic spokesperson for the Arkansas Democratic Party, Harold Moody Jr., was charged with distribution and possession of child pornography. Democrat Rander Township Board of Commissioner member Philip AHR resigned from his position after being charged with possession of child pornography and abusing between 2 and 6-year-olds. Now, damn, that seems like a lot of political arrest. I wonder what's coming next. I wonder how many more dominoes are about to fall if Ghislaine Maxwell actually started to spill the beans. But it's kind of bizarre, too, considering it's not even Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. They already let her escape when they let Jeffrey Epstein escape. Most likely all plotted out in
Did y'all hear that?
The first Trump administration because Epstein...
He said she ain't in there. That's a body double. Somebody taking that for her. Don't y'all understand why they embrace? Put all questions on the super chat or super sticker, please. If you want me to entertain questions, put them on a super chat or super sticker.
Wonder what's coming next. I wonder how many more dominoes are about to fall if Ghislaine Maxwell actually started to spill the beans. But it's kind of bizarre, too, considering it's not even Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. They already left.
Are you hearing that? What you good there? He almost spilled the beans. Well, we done already spilled it, but go
Dominoes
ahead.
are about to fall if Ghislaine Maxwell actually started to spill the beans. But it's kind of bizarre, too, considering it's not even Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. They already let her escape when they let Jeffrey Epstein escape. Most likely all plotted out and planned.
Do you see that little gift box down there at the bottom of your screen on your phone device? It has a little gift box. Or the dollar sign that's in the square. Hit it and it'll say super chat or super
Trump
sticker.
administration because Epstein was facing too much shit.
Write your
Never go to
questions
trial,
there.
So they purposely faked his death. Like, holy shit, if this is true,
'Cause he's still
dominoes
working.
are about to fall if Ghislaine Maxwell actually started to spill the beans. But it's kind of bizarre, too, considering it's not even Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. They already let her escape when they let Jeffrey Epstein escape. Most likely all plotted out and planned under the first Trump administration because Epstein was facing too much shit and he could never go to trial. So they purposely faked his death. Like, holy shit, if this is
There we
true
go.
about what...
Okay, so let me get to the fire. The fire. Oh, yeah, he almost exposed it, didn't he? But we done already peeped that, right, T-Sippers? We done already peeped that. We scoped that out some time ago. Let me show y'all the fire. Is this, hold on. Oh yeah, this is it.
So right now, Israelis are trying to flee Ben Gurion Airport. Now, my
Oh, okay,
question
then
for
no.
Iran is, why haven't you wiped the airport?
That one ain't it. Is this one? Nope. Oh man, I hate to see that when those men are coming home.
A massive 28-story skyscraper in the Lower East Side of Manhattan that is burning to the ground right now. There's some type of rooftop fire. The videos that you're watching on your screen here are of all the different angles. You can see the street view right here. What's really weird is when this camera zooms out.
There you go, Miss Tom.
But it looks like there's a big group of God's chosen people that are standing outside of this building. I don't know if we're talking about some dances and Israelis here.
Good night, Elizabeth.
But for whatever reason, shit's burning to the ground. Just another beautiful day in America. Like, we don't have enough problems here in our country, and we need to go off and be the world's police and send our children off to die in these wars. And I got a crazy story I'm going to tell you about these ambassadors and how they work. So I just found out something about El Salvador. It's going to blow your mind how many U.S. government officials we have in the country of El Salvador. Let's spill the beans right now, fuck it. In a country, a massive 28-story skyscraper in the Lower East Side of Manhattan that is burning to the ground right now. There's some type of rooftop fire. The videos that you're watching on your screen here are of all the different angles. You can see the street view right here. What's really weird is when this camera zooms out, I don't know if anybody caught this, but it looks like there's a big group of God's chosen people that are standing outside this building. I don't know if we're talking about some dances and Israelis here now, but for whatever reason, shit's burning to the ground. Just another beautiful day in America. Like, we don't have enough problems here in our country, and we need to go off and be the world's police and send our children off to die in these wars. And I got a crazy story I'm going to tell you about these ambassadors and how they work. So I just found out something about El Salvador. It's going to blow your mind how many U.S. government officials we have in the country of El Salvador. Well, I'll just spill the beans right now, fuck it. In a country with a population of 6 million.
I'm not interested in that. Hold on. Dang, why didn't you say this? What is this one about? Hold on.
Some fella, who are you? So this is Tiffany T-Rock's husband, and this is his dad. When the math starts mathing.
Pay attention. Well, Candace Owens is effortlessly making her rounds about CK.
When the math starts mathing.
Well, hello, handsome fella, who are you? So this is Tiffany T-Rock's husband, and this is
Tiffany
his dad.
Trump. Okay, read it. This is her husband. He is the father, Bulos, who is married to the Trump's daughter, Tiffany. Okay, let's go.
When the math starts mathing.
Pay attention. Well,
Hey.
Candace Owens is effortlessly making her rounds about CK's pew. We are
I'm not
focusing
sure
on the
yet.
wrong
How
Trump.
Pat?
The Trump we need to be focusing on is Tiffany Trump. Her husband's father, specifically. I need not say anything else. I will not say anything else. I will not name any names. But I will say, Tiffany Trump's husband's father and the connection between their two fathers, that is where the answer lies. If this video gets taken down, I did not take it down. I love my life. I live a very luscious life with the people I love. I've cracked it. You have
Thank you,
proved me
Mrs.
wrong,
Tom.
and I guarantee you'll prove me right. I hope you can stomach this information. And I hope that we can come together after this.
So let's connect some dots.
Okay, American businessman, Lebanese, Donald Trump. Okay.
Her husband's dad. Oh.
Her husband is dead. Okay.
Yeah, there's that part too.
Benjamin Netanyahu. If I had to go Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi Netanyahu. Jerusalem Chief of Staff to Benjamin Netanyahu. Is this a Charlie Kirk situation? Palestine.
Not saying nothing.
Rothschilds.
Fixing to have to face the fact.
Rothschilds. This thing is finna. I'm out of juice over here. Y'all, please hit the like button. Oh, yeah, it's all one big happy circle, ain't it? Hold on. Baby, you can thank you, marrying into. So, Tiffany husband, I can't remember what. Dang it, I touched on that not too long ago when Marla Maples was saying, watch your kids around him. And I remember seeing Tiffany because that's Marla Maples' daughter. That's her son-in-law. So now he is unalived? And he's tied to Bibi Netanyahu. Okay. Okay, let's move back on over here, y'all. Until I can get my, It's a lot going on, isn't it? Hold on. They laughing at him. The whole town's laughing
With an
at him.
uninterruptible supply, expandable
Silly
storage,
fool.
and unmatched output.
Certainly achieved that today. Coming up next, the story of the record he. Donald Trump likes the idea of being a person of historical significance, and he certainly achieved that today. Coming up next, the story of the record he just set for a sitting president by having 4 former presidents call him a liar, and I have the story for you next. Trump celebrated
That's
St. Patrick's
always in
Day
the
with
middle
a
of a
green tie and several
Rothschild. You
black
right.
marks on his record for the egregious lies he told. Let's begin with 2 of those paired with the truth.
They
And then I'll
laughing
share
at
the
him.
breaking story of former presidents refuting the whopper he told yesterday.
I just do want to say that the war is proceeding very, very strongly. We're doing very, very well. Iran, knocking the hell out of them. And, you have to do that. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They were 2 weeks away, in my opinion, 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Out of them, and
A
you have to
nuclear
do that.
war?
We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They were 2 weeks away, in my opinion, 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon.
In his opinion.
Joe National Security Analyst and Vice Chair of the Center for International
couldn't even
Policy
get it out
Board of
right, could he?
Directors. He's also the author.
He started having
we're doing
BB
very,
thick.
very well. Iran, knocking the hell out of them, and you have to do that. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They were 2 weeks away, in my opinion, 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon.
Joining me now, Joe Cirincione, National Security Analyst and Vice Chair of the Center for International Policy Board of Directors. He's also the author of Nuclear Nightmare, Securing the World
In his
Before
opinion.
It Is Too Late.
The administration has presented no evidence to back up their claims of an imminent threat, not the missiles and certainly not the nuclear weapon. And we have a very good idea of what Iran has. And the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has helped certify that. And we know how much uranium they have, in particular, how much 60% enriched uranium they have. And that's the stuff they would use to make a bomb, the core of a bomb. They could take some of that material, put it back into centrifuges, wouldn't take that many, a couple of hundred centrifuges, and in about a week or two, they could have enough material for a nuclear bomb. And people often confuse this, a material for a bomb and a bomb. But the material is the hardest part of making a bomb, but it's just the first step. Then you have to turn that enriched uranium, 90% enriched uranium, into a metal. You have to shape it into the components of the bomb. You have to assemble the bomb. And then you have to test that weapon. And that's a necessary step. For example, North Korea, their first nuclear test was a fizzle, didn't work. They had to test it again. And then you'd have a crude bomb. If you want to put it on a warhead, that's months more of work. But all of that, just to make a bomb, would take several months of work, even if they were doing it in parallel with their enrichment process. So 2 weeks, no way.
No way.
Windmills, which don't work, they're tremendously expensive. And the best testament to that is the windmills are made in China, but China doesn't use them. You know what China uses? Coal. They're building 58 coal-fired plants right now, and that's up to them.
Donald Trump has claimed that China make windmills, but they don't actually use wind energy. Now, this isn't true, so let's set this record straight, but also explain to you why this kind of narrative is so dangerous. But here's the reality. 16% of China's electricity generation came from wind energy. Now, given that 1.4 billion people live in China, that 16% counts for a lot. Facts matter. Wind energy is real, and China is using it.
We live in a world where Donald Trump tells so many lies we have to rank them. And so far this week, what you're about to see is number one, followed by the truth and nothing but the truth by Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Biden.
I spoke to one of the former presidents who I actually like. Actually speak to some. I do like some people. It would be shocking. And he said, I wish I did what you did.
Now, one person the president does claim to be talking to is one of his predecessors, a former president. He said multiple times yesterday that he had spoken to one of the former presidents who privately told him, quote, I wish I did what you did when it comes to Iran. But we reached out to all four former presidents and people close to those men, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, say that none of them spoke to President Trump about Iran, and in fact, none of them have spoken to the president recently at all.
Oh, boy. He's a joke.
Now, The View isn't something I usually monitor for inclusion in these reports, but I just happened to see this video and I think they nailed the analysis on this Trump lie.
Hold on.
So here they...
Hold on. Ain't nobody talk to him. They said, hey, Big Al. Man, I want to talk to him hood style. They like, nah, this is shit. Ain't nobody fuck with him. Bill Clinton now, I did fuck him. I did. I mean, you know, I don't acquit him. But I knocked his ass down. He wanted to act like an O, and I knocked that ass down. But I ain't talked to him since. Hell, it wasn't that good. It wasn't memorable for me. You know, that mouth game, yeah, you know he got good mouth, cause he got a big old mouthpiece, you know. So I just put his mouth to work. But as far as yeah, no, I don't uck around like that. Nah. He just tried to get me hemmed up. You understand? They ain't talk to him. But I did knock that ass down. Put him on his knees. Yeah, treated him just like, since he wanted to be in competition with Monica Lewinsky. Yeah. So I put his ass on his knees. Made him visualize that he was up under the desk. Put that mouth to work to shut him up. That's the quietest he done been in a long time, is when he was imaginarily up under the desk. On his knees. Yeah. Yeah. Lying ass.
Spoken to the president recently at all.
Oh boy. He's a joke.
Now, The View isn't something I usually monitor for inclusion in these reports, but I just happened to see this video, and I think they nailed the analysis on this Trump lie. So here they are with the final word.
But may I read the definition of a hallucination? Okay. Because that's what he's having. Not one of these presidents said that they spoke to him. Right. So who's he talking to? It's like
in his
Nixon
mind.
used to talk to portraits of Jefferson and other presidents.
In the White House.
In the White House. Remember that? Also not that well. So it's a sensory perception, such as a visual image or a sound. I guess he saw, Obama somewhere. That occurs in the absence of an actual
What do you mean?
stimulus.
Hold up, Joseph. Who is the rumps? Sycophants. He the infant with the diaper on. So who's scared to talk to a baby, an infant with a diaper on? Joe, clear that up. Who is the all scared of him? Scared of who? Bill Clinton? Who you talking about? Because ain't nobody scared of the diaper man. Ain't nobody scared of the diaper man. Hell, he's scared of himself. So I need to know who you talking about. Yeah, he the only infant. Yeah, no. Yeah, I ain't buying that. He the infant. That's why he had to lie on them and say he talked to them. He needed for people to think or believe that he has talked to them. But why would you talk to them? You don't like them. So don't be name pulling. Yeah. Don't be trying to act like other presidents co-signed with you with that mess. Why do you think that they avoided it? You should have followed suit, but you didn't. And that's why you begging now. Begging and crying, slinging snot. Well, I don't know. We were always there for them. And, it's just not, NATO, it's just stop whining and crying. You should have went about it the right way. Congress should have approved it. You're out of line and out of order. Oh, Congress is scared of the diaper pants. Oh, they scared of all that shit up in that diaper. He don't like changing it. He said, ooh, it's warm, but I know it stinks, but it's warm. Them hemorrhoids. When them hemorrhoids flare up, boo. Auntie Fee. Well, allegedly, with all that shit sitting back there, something got to be hanging out. Oh, I forgot about Sasha Riley. My bad. Them not hemorrhoids. Lying on them presidents. Lying. Let's go.
From neurological disturbance or in response to drugs. That is the definition of a hallucination, which I think he's having.
But this is actually fairly typical of him. He'll say,
many people say. Yeah. Or all of these people support me. Whenever he's vague, I think it reflects that
But
he's
this is
feeling.
different. He said, I spoke to a particular president who told me he wished he would have done that.
Not a hallucination. It's something we all know very well. It's called a lie. Yeah. He also said he won an election he didn't win when all proof to the contrary. So I don't think a hallucination, that's very colorful and fun to experience.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive
Hey, Naturally
space
Nolan.
intelligent, adaptive.
Nice.
It's only Tuesday, and the 79-year-old Donald Trump has already said a dementia-alarming thing that is sweeping the internet, and he did.
Oh, his wife ate him. Is this the one? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we got to see this one about Gary. He tried to go in on Newsom. Oh, WG ate. She ate, y'all. I don't want to say where the lighter shades of the 50 Shades of Grey on that tail end down there. Girl. Oh, W girl. Ate. When I tell you she ate that ass, I'm glad he said that. Let me go down here and let y'all see. She ate, baby. She served him. What's that song? That's saying you been served? Oh, yeah, she served him. Right on up. Gonna serve you. Right on up. Gonna serve you. Right on up. Oh, yeah, she served him. Where is that at? Where did I watch that at? Give it. Newsom's wife ate him up. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, was it this far down? Yeah, and what's her name? Jasmine Crockett. Girl, bless your heart. Bless your heart. The security guard wouldn't. He was faking phony. Been arrested 9, 10 times. Lord, Lord, Lord. Where is this at with Gary Newsom's wife, child? That was funny. He got dropped some legal blows. BB Netanyahu. Let me find it. There go that guy that got killed. Trump posted what? Is this where she ate?
After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center effective today.
That ain't
wrote
him.
Kent and Abel.
Yeah, that ain't the one I'm looking for. Oh, y'all gotta see it. Oh, y'all gotta see it. She ate. She ate. Disaster in Florida. Midterms game over. Iran missile. He threw him up under the bus. Where did I watch that at? Pam Bondi, subpoena. Laughing stock. Why can't I find it? Was it? Oh, they talked about him at the Oscars. Yeah, it's a lot going on. China trip is canceled. Oh yeah, they ate him. Why I can't find it? Well, hold on. Let's go here while I pull it up another place. Hold on. Let's go here while I pull it up. Cause baby, when I tell you, WGA, is this? Here it is right here.
Okay, so you'll see that we've got our 50 amp cord coming out of the RV here. The end is connected to a 30-amp adapter.
And he did so while trying to insult a prominent Democrat over a learning disability, resulting in his wife firing a shot over the Trump bow. And I have all the sordid details, including her video volley, coming up next. Let's begin with Trump's bonkers comment that is trending today. This clip is a twofer because it showcases his biggest epic brain fart so far this week and his superpower of callous insensitivity and or lack of self-awareness.
Look at him.
That's how crazy it's gotten. With a low IQ person, you know, because Gavin Newsom has admitted that he has learning disabilities.
So, first of all, when did he start having all of these pictures up of people like he is loved and like he got love? Or is this at a different... He haven't always had these pictures back here. I don't remember that. So is he in hide? Is he at a different location? Because those pictures, Grandpapa and all of that, you know, back down memory lane, is that helping him with his memory or something? Trying to remember people? Or is this a part of his, Lord, I need thee, please forgive me? Do y'all remember seeing pictures and stuff back here? I have never. I don't know what that's about, but let's go on. And let me look.
Honestly, I'm all for people with learning disabilities, but not for my president. I think the president should not have learning.
Do he not know people used to have to take his test for him? Did he forget? Did he forget that he has a learning? Oh my God. And when did some become the president? Huh? When did he become the president? What?
Self-awareness.
That's how crazy it's gotten. With a low IQ person, you know, because Gavin Newsom has admitted that he has learning disabilities. Honestly, I'm all for people with learning disabilities, but not for my president. I think a president should not have learning disabilities, okay?
Hey, Melissa.
And I know it's
don't he have learning
disabilities?
disabilities?
Such a horrible thing. The president of the United States, Gavin Newsom, admitted that he has learning disabilities, dyslexia.
Y'all did Gary, is he the president? Did he just leak who the next president is going to be?
United States, Gavin Newsom admitted that he has learning disabilities, and I know it's highly controversial to say such a horrible thing. The president of the United States, Gavin Newsom, admitted that he has learning disabilities, dyslexia, everything about him is dumb. But then he looked at the audience and said,
"Thank you, Melissa.
But I'm smarter than you," or something like that. That was pretty silly. So now, on top of everything else, I call him a racist president. I think
everything that he says about other people is really him. He puts his ailments, his sicknesses, his shortcomings, who he really is, on other people. So Gary is the president. Then get out of the White House. Since you say he is the president. Oh, that's for him? That's for him naturally? No. That's him. Absolutely. He is the everything. I be trying to tell y'all how you have to think about with this man. He puts every one of his shortcomings on somebody else. Just like we started talking about treason. Then he says that Tucker Carlson should be arrested on treason. For what? What did he do? Because he spoke against Israel. Yeah, treason is for people in the U.S. I mean, for the president. Bibi Netanyahu is the president. But he gone. Even though you trying to act like he's still alive, he really gone. Your big daddy gone. So you are the one who's should be put up on treason. But he had to put it on somebody. Somebody who telling the truth. Yeah, shut him up. Put treason charges on him. Well, it don't apply. Yeah, this man right here crazy. He crazy as best bud. But he just gave the presidency to Gary Newsom.
Enough of my president. I think a president should not have learning disabilities, okay? And I know it's highly controversial to say such a horrible thing. The president of the United States, Gavin Newsom, admitted that he has learning disabilities, dyslexia, everything about him is dumb. But then he looked at the audience and said, but I'm smarter than you, or something like that. That was pretty silly. So now on top of everything else, I call him a racist because it happened to be a black audience. I will tell you this. I think it was the worst interview I've ever seen of any human being in my life.
Since Newsom is now the president, we should get to know our first new lady better. As an introduction, have a look at what Jennifer Siebel Newsom has previously said about Trump, and then you'll see today's...
Well, hell, since he's the president. I can't believe it. I can't believe he said somebody else was the president. Have there been talks about who's going to replace him? Hey, Crystal. Have there been talks about who's going to replace him? It's kind of how this is feeling. Like there's been a discussion. And he gave his opinion on why he don't think it should be him. Let's see if he runs for president. Let's go. Let me take this down so we can hear the first lady. Right? She the first lady. He said he president. Come on, first lady. Let's go.
Human being in my life.
Since Newsom is now the president, we should get to know our first new lady better. As an introduction, have a look at what Jennifer Siebel Newsom has previously said about Trump, and then you'll see today's bomb she dropped on him in defense of her husband and many others.
I will not raise my children to think Donald Trump is an acceptable American leader. Nor that he is what the leader of our great country should behave like. I won't raise them to think his terror enables his power and that his greed equals success. He is the exact opposite of what real strength looks like.
Baby, where they at? Is that a critter? Is that a critter? Lord.
So in our house, Gavin and I will continue to teach our kids what strength really looks like. If you see someone sitting alone at a table, you invite them to your table.
You heard that foolishness, Peter?
Bullied, you speak up and ask an adult for help. And you always tell the truth. Maybe if Donald Trump's parents had taught him any of these lessons, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Maybe if his mom, baby.
On the contrary.
So this is why I say, baby. Yeah, baby. She, because you know when we started talking about their mama and your parents and stuff. Maybe your mama, you know, I hit on your mama and your daddy in a minute. They didn't raise you right. See, you think it's okay to lie. So your mama and them failed you. Yeah, that's Auntie V.
Tell the truth. Maybe if Donald Trump's parents had taught him any of these lessons, we wouldn't be in this mess.
I agree. I like her right off the bat. Woo! She went low.
To your table.
She ate.
If you see someone being bullied, you speak up and ask an adult for help. And you always tell the truth. Maybe if Donald Trump's parents had taught him any of these lessons, we wouldn't be in this mess. On the contrary, Trump is enriching his immediate family and cronies. He is stripping away our rights and our democracy. When he knows he's going to lose, he cheats.
Right.
When the game isn't rigged for him, he rigs it himself. Sometimes no is a full sentence. Trust me. That's right. But Donald Trump's never accepted no for an answer. He's a con artist, a predator, a malignant narcissist in chief, and the worst president in our nation's history.
Yay! I like her.
I just witnessed Donald Trump's comments about learning disabilities and my husband, Gavin Newsom, and I honestly had to take a beat. Suggesting that someone with dyslexia, or any learning difference for that matter, is somehow less capable of leading or achieving is extremely ignorant and offensive. Dyslexia is not a measure of intelligence. In fact, quite the contrary, and learning differences do not determine someone's potential. On the contrary, some of the most successful leaders in business and the world have dyslexia. Day in and day out, Trump says things that make him unfit for office. He degrades our vulnerable communities, our institutions, even the Constitution itself. And somehow we're told to ignore it, turn a blind eye, pretend everything is normal. Guess what? It's not. And we're fed up. As someone who grew up in a Republican household, shame on the Republican Party for normalizing this vile specimen of a human being stationed at the top of their party. There are millions of kids in this country with learning differences who are already working twice as hard to keep up. Kids who are trying to believe in themselves. I know this personally. A few of my children learn differently. I see the emotions, the toll, the coping mechanisms, the extra hours, the grit it takes them every single day. And I know they're going to be fabulous. Learning differences don't make you less intelligent. They don't make you less capable. And they certainly don't make you less worthy of leadership. They make you special. And honestly, if we're going to talk about what's disqualifying in a leader, let's talk about that. A convicted felon, a man found liable for sexual abuse, a man notorious for degrading female journalists, a man with a track record for bankrupting businesses, a man whose name has shown up thousands of times in the Epstein files, a man who sends mass extremists to terrorize Black and brown communities and rip kids away from their families, the most corrupt president in our nation's history. Everything that Donald Trump represents is frankly beyond disqualifying.
Siebel Newsom was both harsh and kind in what she said. Harsh when calling out his insult, kind for not calling out his blunder that may be dementia-related. She chose not to bring attention to his age-related cognitive challenges, but I will not be so kind. As time marches on, Trump's confusion and conflation will increase, not uncommon for a person entering his 8th decade. But this is a man who has unleashed federal agents against citizens and rules a military with no impulse control. On this day, he lost his battle with clarity of thought. Real battles he loses tomorrow will have real consequences.
Well. Okay, so what's... Ow, ouch, ouch. Right here.
I do makeup on women twice my age every single day. Here's why most foundations look odd on you. Let me break down exactly what you're getting.
I'm H0RMUZ in Washington. President Trump says he's disappointed in NATO allies for not heeding his call to send naval assets to the Middle East to reopen the Strait of HORMUZ, that essential trade route effectively closed by Iran, which is escalating threats now to obstruct shipping traffic indefinitely. Another day of war. The Pentagon releasing more footage of strikes on Iranian targets. Iran maintains its hold on the Strait of HORMUZ, effectively halting trade, including about 20% of the world's oil. President Trump in a rush to reopen it. The average national gas price rising another 8 cents overnight, according to AAA. In less than 24 hours, President Trump's stance on the responsibility of allies to
please hit the like button.
From this,
we want them to come and help us with the strait.
To this.
We don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake.
Some NATO members say the mistake would be to get involved.
This conflict does not directly concern our security. We will not be drawn into the wider war.
Dissent now coming from inside the Trump administration. National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent, a longtime Republican and supporter of President Trump, resigning Tuesday morning. His letter to the president says in part, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no coming from inside the Trump administration." National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent, a longtime Republican and supporter of President Trump, resigning Tuesday morning. His letter to the president says in part, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby."
When I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out.
Back in the Middle East, Israel claiming Tuesday its forces killed top Iranian officials.
I was just updated by the chief of staff that the secretary of the National
Lobby.
When I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out.
Back in the Middle East, Israel claiming Tuesday its forces killed top Iranian officials.
I was just updated by the chief of staff that the secretary of the National Security Council, Larijani, and the head of the Basij, the central repression body of Iran, Soleimani, were eliminated last night.
If the president's objectives are being met, how much longer will the war last?
If we left right now, it would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave yet, but we'll be leaving in the near future.
On the prospect of deploying U.S. forces on the ground in Iran, President Trump says he's not afraid of anything. More than 2,000 Marines are expected.
Yeah, you are.
If we left right now, it would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave yet, but we'll be leaving in the near future.
On the prospect of deploying U.S. forces on the ground in Iran, President Trump says he's not afraid of anything. More than 2,000 Marines are expected to arrive soon in the Middle East. Their role in the conflict is still unclear. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar.
Hold on, let me see what this is, y'all. Hold on, let me see what this one. I'm trying to find the article. Oh, that's the guy who got Iran.
Welcome to the News Hour. Iranian officials confirmed today that Ali Larijani was killed by an Israeli airstrike that also killed a second top security official. Larijani had been a fixture of Iran's regime for decades and had essentially led Iran since the killing of its supreme leader at the start of the war.
Also today,
by an Israeli airstrike that also killed a security official. Larijani had been a fixture of Iran's regime for decades and had essentially led Iran since the killing of its supreme leader at the start of the war.
Also today, for the first time in years, a senior U.S. government official resigned in protest. Joe Kent directed the National Counterterrorism Center and today refuted President Trump's statements that Iran presented an imminent threat. Kent said the war was in Israel's interest, but not the United States. Nick Schifrin starts us off looking at both of those stories, beginning with Israel's strikes on the regime in Tehran.
In Tehran today, an Israeli assault to decapitate the Iranian state. Ali Larijani was the country's top national security official, and analysts believe he was largely running the country since the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Larijani was responsible for the Ayatollah's succession plan, oversaw the recent nuclear negotiations with the U.S., was the main conduit for decades for Iran's allies, China and Russia. And during January protests that challenged the theocracy's 47-year-old rule, oversaw the crackdown that left tens of thousands dead. His last public appearance at this pro-government protest, he was to the end defiant.
Trump's problem is that he does not have the wisdom to realize that Iranian people are brave. They are a strong nation and a determined nation.
He was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group.
In Washington, President Trump praised Israel's strike on Larijani and these follow-on Israeli strikes today that Iran confirmed killed Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' Basij militia, responsible for domestic security, including the January crackdown. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the strikes a path
Sipping
to
on the
regime
president,
change.
dissing people with disabilities.
Undermining this regime in the hope of giving the Iranian people an opportunity to remove it.
Netanyahu also suggested that Israeli jets will soon help defend the U.S.'s Gulf allies from Iranian attacks.
With God's help, We have reached a situation where, after October 7th, when we
God's
were on the
help.
brink of collapse, we are now a mighty power, almost global, together with our ally, who is a global superpower, fighting shoulder to shoulder.
Israel has been our partner. Israel's been very, very strong.
It is that very
Did he say partner? Partner. What did he say?
Our partner. Israel's our partner. Israel's been very, very strong.
It is that very American-Israeli
Thank
collaboration.
you for helping me reach my
President asked you to come
goal.
and make sure you were okay. Celebrated today in a social media video of Netanyahu with American Ambassador Mike Huckabee, and crescendoing in this joint U.S.-Israeli war in Iran that came under attack today by National Counterterrorist Center Director Joe Kent. He publicly resigned in protest, writing to President Trump directly, saying, quote, early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials. He publicly resigned in protest, writing to President Trump directly, saying, quote, early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to
Misinformation. Pro-America. U.S. first.
undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory.
Oh,
This
yeah.
was
And
a lie.
it is like he lost a lot of weight and he done had a facelift and his head was lowered. They did a whole makeover on him. He must be sleeping in one of them. What did they used to say? Oh, I can't even remember what they used to say. When people used to sleep in them, some earth bubble thing. I don't know. Something happened. Hey, Christo. Yeah, because that ain't him.
To
But
a
carry
swift
on.
victory. This was a lie. Multiple former officials tell PBS NewsHour that Kent's criticism
It was a lie.
imminent threat to the United States, and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie. Multiple former officials tell PBS NewsHour that Kent's criticism is echoed by other members of the administration. Kent is an Army veteran who deployed 11 times and whose wife was killed by ISIS in Syria. He is also a politician
Oh,
who twice
wow.
ran and lost congressional races in
Oh,
Washington
my God.
State.
He's lost his wife.
That Kent's criticism is echoed by other members of the administration. Kent is an Army veteran who deployed 11 times and whose wife was killed by ISIS in Syria. He is also a politician who twice ran and lost congressional races in Washington State.
When I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country.
Quit lying. Quit lying. Oh! Yeah, oh my God. I need for y'all to hit the like button. I'm 2 hours and 7 minutes in. Hit the like button. I will wait. I will wait. They better stop playing with God like, oh, absolutely. I used to really think Trump was going to change him. Really? I don't give a why. He ain't never been truthful. I realize now he been a con man. He been a con man and a liar. And people just really didn't fact that he was a bad business man, and that's why he did not want to show his taxes. You know, it's he was only a good, successful businessman by forging documents. And when he stopped forging documents, and that's why he has to pay all that money back, and he was found guilty of it. You realize that he was broke, and that's why he running now. He was supposed to been locked up, and his trick is keeping it tied up, appealing, keeping it tied up. You know, Mar-a-Lago, the locks was supposed to have been changed. He has lost several court cases while the Epstein files were on. I heard somebody say the other day, he will not give up the presidency. He's probably going to try to push that third term if they don't impeach him, because the only way he can stay out of prison is to stay in the White House. So when he did that stunt, Christians, we need you, Christians, you gotta vote. This will be your last time, because he had a plan with Israel. He's in debt to Israel. They bailed him out when he lost all of those businesses. He's a bad businessman. He could not, and cannot get a surety bond because he's forged or inflated documents. He's a bad business, very bad businessman. He's been slick at the mouth. It's the Zionists as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I don't like what's going on right now with people talking about kids, young adults, and being touched and tampered with because he had a whole child trafficking cult. And it's time for you know, on top of all those other things, it's time for him to go sit down, go lay down for your crimes. Yeah, he got to get out of office because he's going to continue to be destructive. And if they let him stay in there too long, he is going to turn on the United States. So we just got to stay woke. Bibi Netanyahu, you know, they still need to appear like, although he is unalive, he is out of here, it still needs to appear like he's still alive and he still has Trump's back in order to try to keep what they had in place can still go forward. Because Trump he was lost before, he real lost now. The Bibi Netanyahu has been unalive. Stay woke, people. Hit the like button.
Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
Today, Iran and its
You
proxies
voted for
continue
him
to
3
prove their
times and you've
ongoing
never been
threat.
disappointed.
Rockets and drones targeted the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad.
I've never
while
been
in
so
central Israel,
disappointed.
a cluster
in
warhead
yeah.
fired by Iran spewed shrapnel into a parking lot and train station. Israel maintained its own pressure today.
That's why I don't know why Jared haven't been. Maybe he got out, but that's who was running the presidency the first time. When you voted for him the second time, you were really voting for his Jared Kushner, his daughter, his family, because they were the ones who were running. Because they got in trouble legally, they didn't want any parts of the cabinet this time. So that's why Jared was over in Israel making business deals for the New World Order to rebuild, steal and take over land and property so that they can put those child hotel brothels in the New World, quote unquote. because that's all they're doing is putting those beautiful resort golf course properties on the outside, but in the inside they have child brothels. He got it from his granddaddy. This is my granddaddy. I can't get that. I know. Y'all please hit the like button so I can continue to move forward. Yeah, please don't vote for anybody. I mean, a good way to know if they have our best interests is hard. I don't care if it's a Democrat. I don't care if it's a Republican. If they have received money from APEC, so whatever they tell you, their mission, their goal, what they're going to do, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. But do your research to see if they have received money from APEC. If they have received a dime, then they are compromised. I'm going to say it again. If they have received a dime from APEC, they have been compromised. They do not have your best interest at heart, even if they say they have. Oh, I want to rebuild and do this and protect the elderly or whatever they say. If they've received money for APEC, they lying. That should be the tell-all right there. Are they lying in your face and taking money from Israel? If they've taken money from Israel, they're going to do everything Israel tells them to do. Let's just be clear. Let's go, y'all. Hey, Jay Gray, the problem is
cluster warhead
all the
fired
politicians
by Iran
on both
spewed
sides receive
shrapnel
money.
into a parking lot
Yeah,
and
I have a
train
problem with Hakeem. I have a problem. I actually have a problem with Crockett. I think that's how she lost her seat. She lost her seat because they leaked out that she was taking money. She had received donations from APEC. And then when she was asked about it, she said, well, they've been doing this. I knew then she was going to have a problem because I had to start looking at her with my side eye. And I think that's how she lost. She took money from APEC. So I'm looking at Hakeem with the side eye as well. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's left or right, black or white, male, female. None of that matters to me. Because APEC is also who, with the CIA and all of these, listen, if they are receiving money from APEC, that means that they are pro-Israel, which means that you are a devil. You've taken money from the devil. How's that? Did y'all catch it that way? I was trying to be nice and easy with it, but pro-Israel is pro-Zionist, and that means that they are okay with tampering with kids, minors, babies, all of that type of stuff. And that's a no for me. That's a no for me. That's an absolute no for me. Some things should be a non-negotiable. And right now, with everything I have learned within a year, all the victims and survivors that has to live every day with watching the President of the United States knowing that this is a person who has violated them. That is non-negotiable. So even when those attempts, like the little guy that they say, it may be true, it may not, he may have been a crisis actor, I don't know. But now I have to factor in with hell. Did you touch this child? Did you touch this young man a long time ago? Is he a survivor? I mean, it's so many things now we have to factor into these attempts, local attempts. Yeah, I mean, it's just way too much. We need to elect a middle class citizen that neighborhood can vouch for. Someone not in the elite circle. I can dig that too, but yeah, who have never taken any money from APEC, IPEC, none of that. Yeah, they sold out. They are absolutely sold out. When they start offering you millions of dollars, you start scratching your head saying, "Oh shit, can you put it in my mama name?" Say, dog, wait a minute now. How much? Now, and what you want me to have to do? Who gave me a gift? I'm sorry if you gave me a gift. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. When they start talking about some millions, we start, turning, looking to the left and to the right, like, what now? Say, what now? And yeah, that's what happens. And you become compromised. Ask Charlie Kirk. Oh, he gone. Yeah, because they was giving him millions, making him feel like he was special, and they understood and believed in his cause and purpose. Yeah, here a meal, there a meal, everywhere a meal. Yeah, until he realized that they wanted him to do something that was going. He said some things, but it wasn't blasphemy. It was just enough to make people look at him, say, "What? No, what type of Christian are you?" Devout. And no. So that's just what that is. And then when you start telling them no, Lizzie Graham, now Lizzie is in them Epstein files playing with boys. So Lizzie, he'd rather go to war. Didn't Trump scream out, "Go to war, fuck Miller," what's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene, fuck her. Go to war, start a war, something. Just don't let the Epstein, yeah, Lizzie Graham, she don't want them Epstein files either. Sasha Riley absolutely remembers him. And we know Lindsey Graham, Lizzie, I'm calling her Lizzie, like them boys. He said his lip game bring all the boys to the yard. My lips are better than yours. Yeah, it's a lot going on in them Epstein files. So to hear them Democrat names, okay, put them out. So we can at least say, but they didn't say they were in the Epstein files. He just said that they were charged with child XXX charges. They know that those files are going to have to come out. And they know that there are lawmakers in the House and Supreme Court judges that are in the Epstein files. That majority of them are on the red side. They know that's coming. So go on, put the Democrats out there, get them, cause it's coming to an end. Bibi Netanyahu is gone. So the person who was blackmailing the most is gone. His life jacket is gone. Do y'all understand that? Trump's life jacket is gone. And he know this man. He wasn't begging before Bibi Netanyahu was taken out. That's why they don't want us to know he out of here. He out of here. Yeah, yeah. Lindsay, oh, what do I need to do? Lizzie, yeah. Now what? I can put some lip gloss on. What's your flavor? Yeah, that's why he crying. Because they need the war. And now they're not getting help. Now you lying triple time. Yeah, that's what's going on. That's just what's going on. Trump is in office as a convicted felon because of Bibi Netanyahu and Miriam Middleton or Pendleton, or whatever her name is. Middleton. Yeah, her and Bibi. They had an agenda. Hey, it is exposed. Bibi gone. Bibi gone. A, it is exposed. Bibi gone. Is not real. Will collapse overnight. I don't know what you're trying to say, Jay Great. But Bibi Netanyahu is gone. I saw the collapse, the explosion in the underground bunker with the Mossad, the head of Mossad. He out of here. Y'all hit the like button. Israel is not the Israel in the Bible, but Israel is the state of Israel is real. That's stolen land. They stole it from the Palestinians. When you say it's not real, it's not biblical, because the biblical Israel was Jacob. Yeah, we know that, Jay Gray. We done beat that with a baseball bat. We know that. We know that they have altered the Bible too. Yeah, because the Rothschilds. We know all that. This Israel that they are fighting for is 1948 built by the Rothschilds, built by Zionists, whose plan is to convert Christians into Zionists. Yeah, we way past that. I just said that, Jay Great. You late to the party, baby. You late to the party. We know that. We done beat that with a baseball bat.
Realize what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
Today, Iran and its proxies continue to prove their ongoing threat. Rockets
yes,
and drones
indeed.
The U.S. Embassy in
he
Baghdad.
Tickles the
Well, in central
that little
Israel,
hole back
a cluster
there.
warhead fired by Iran spewed shrapnel into a parking lot and train station.
I'm trying
Israel
to find
maintained its own pressure today on Lebanon, pounding southern Beirut, where Hezbollah operates. Since these strikes began, Lebanon's health ministry said today 900 have been killed. This regional war continues to rage and spark political battles in the U.S.
Yep.
For the PBS NewsHour,
Shout out to Joe Kent for standing for something. No, no. And he done lost his wife to these. Let's get to Joe. I need y'all to get the likes up. Did Comer turn against Bondi? That's who it is. They asses is going down.
Or Comer alone would have to bring her in. Comer's interesting because in the last week or so, he's thrown the Trump administration. Well, if Attorney General Bondi thought she was just going to lay low and hope nobody remembered she was the Attorney General, a Republican, MAGA no less, who runs the House Oversight Committee, Republican Representative James Comer, has just made it clear that he's not screwing around, and he's now issued her a subpoena to appear before the House Oversight Committee hearing and to answer for her role in the Epstein document cover-up and effectively the Epstein scandal. The only reason a subpoena would have to be issued by the chairperson of the House Oversight Committee, in this case a Republican, is because, well, let's put it this way. It sounds like she had been peeing in the sandbox, if you know what I mean. She was not cooperating with the committee because they would never have had to subpoena her if she agreed to come in. Now, she has to come in when the Judiciary Committee, run by Jim Jordan, brings her in, because that's an oversight committee that has direct oversight over her office. But the House Oversight Committee doesn't necessarily have that power over her, which makes it automatic, meaning she'd either have to volunteer or Comer alone would have to bring her in. Comer is interesting because in the last week or so, he's thrown the Trump administration under the bus related to Epstein a couple of times. I reported on James Comer in an interview with Jesse Waters, basically saying that the Mexico ranch of Jeffrey Epstein.
Hold on,
should have
y'all.
been searched
See, this
during
is the
Trump's
funny.
first
Here's
administration.
where it's about to get
But the New
funky.
Mexico officials were told to stand down and stop searching that ranch. Where,
All
for
of
all
that.
we know,
Let me tell y'all why this is about to get funky. It's about to get funky because Jim Short Johnson is in. I don't know if he's necessarily in the Epstein files, more than likely. Yeah, he's in the Epstein files. He's in the Epstein files because of Sasha Riley. Yeah, Jim Jordan is in the Epstein files, so I'm positive he is not going to want to subpoena Bondi, because Bondi is not only protecting Trump, she protecting leaders, and she's protecting herself, because in my opinion, it looked like she was one of the little girls that was groomed. Can we have a moment of silence for a whole crooked cabinet? Yeah. Jim Jordan is definitely in there. Supreme Court Judge Clarence, he's in there too. Yeah. Yeah, he had one of them little 4-year-olds at the church. Now, I know you know that's the devil. Unless, he didn't blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, and he asked God to forgive him and accept Christ as his Savior. Yeah. So not only is he in there for Sasha Riley, he was in there for a minor. Damn near a baby. 4 years old, to me, that's a baby. Toddler. Okay, toddler. Yeah. So she protecting a whole bunch of people. That's why she made that statement. Do y'all understand that if we brought in everybody, that would be the government? Okay, well, time to get a new government. Do whatever we have to do. But get them out. Protect the survivors, the victims, for the ones that did not make it, the victims, and the ones that's still alive, they survived it. Surviving Donald Trump's cabinet. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Bondi, she know.
either have to volunteer or Comer alone would have to bring her.
Because
doesn't necessarily.
Jim Jordan ain't. He ain't gonna do
direct oversight over her office, but the House Oversight Committee doesn't necessarily have that power over her, which makes it automatic, meaning she'd either have to volunteer
that pickle
or Comer alone would have to bring her in. Comer's interesting because in the last week or so, he's thrown the Trump administration under the bus related to Epstein.
Yeah, I did that yesterday. I don't give a I did that yesterday. That was the title of my Yeah, and that's why Trump gave that $40 billion to bail out Argentina when he was supposed to be giving money to our farmers and cattlemen. Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu, Javier Milei. Yeah, he shortened his name to Milanotsky. Yeah, I covered that yesterday. His name is Javier, and they common relative granddaddy. This is my granddaddy. Is Nathan. Nathan Milanowski is their common connection. Yep. I did it yesterday. Let's go, y'all. Hit the like button. I'm sick of asking y'all that. I'm gonna shut it down.
I reported on James Comer in an interview with Jesse Waters, basically saying that the New Mexico ranch of Jeffrey Epstein should have been searched during Trump's first administration, but that the New Mexico officials were told to stand down and stop searching that ranch where, for all we know, dead bodies of victims of the child sex trafficking are buried during the Trump administration by the Trump Department of Justice led by Bill Barr. When I heard that, I was like, well, who made that statement? I was told James Comer. I said, are you kidding me? I mean, the wheels are falling off the wagon when it comes to support for Donald Trump and trying to protect him related to the Epstein scandal. I'm Michael Popak. You're on the Midas Touch Network and on Legal AF.
Inside the Silver Star Survival Package, you'll find a covert, all-in-one solar briefcase generator called the...
Let's get to the new demand. But I wanted to give you the background.
Hold on. Let's hear this. Hold on. Right. Y'all get the likes up. I keep asking y'all to get the likes.
Like to see you, and here's your subpoena, but it's speaking to
That's
the
gonna be my last.
Like to see you, and here's your subpoena, but it's speaking to
That's
the
gonna be my last time asking y'all to get the likes up.
That Republicans and Democrats have joined together here against Donald Trump, which is the Epstein scandal, the cover-up of the Epstein scandal, and the attempted cover-up of the cover-up.
What you say? Hold on.
Very critical letter. It lays out not just we like to see you, and here's your subpoena, but it's speaking to the American people about something that Republicans and Democrats have joined together here against Donald Trump, which is the Epstein scandal, the cover-up of the Epstein scandal, and the attempted cover-up of the cover-up. You don't write a strong letter like that if you're getting the level of cooperation that you require from the Attorney General of the United States. You write it to this audience when you are not. You don't have to issue a subpoena. She can come in voluntarily. But apparently after numerous demands and negotiations and backroom negotiations, she refused, hence the subpoena. Let me read to you from the letter. And we'll
what
post
who
it
look
up on
like
Legal
Peter?
AF Substack for you to read as well. It says, Dear Attorney General
Clarence
Bondi,
Thomas is in the Epstein
the Committee on
files.
Oversight and Government Reform is reviewing the possible mismanagement of the federal government's investigation of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, the circumstances and subsequent investigations of Epstein's death,
Thank you, Krista.
the operation of sex trafficking rings, and the ways for the federal government to effectively combat them, in the ways in which Epstein and Maxwell sought to curry favor and exercise influence to protect their illegal activities, and potential violations of ethics rules related to elected officials. Well, let's unpack all of that, shall we? How many elected officials do we know of that are ensnared in the elected officials in the Epstein matter?
Oh my God, I didn't hear what he
One
said.
that I can think of.
Hold on.
Influence to protect their illegal activities and potential violations of ethics rules related to elected officials.
Oh, come
Epstein's
on.
death, the operation of sex.
Girl, pay attention.
It says, Dear Attorney General Bondi, the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is reviewing the possible mismanagement of the federal government's investigation of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, the circumstances and subsequent investigations of Epstein's death, the operation of sex trafficking rings and the ways for the federal government to effectively combat
rings with an S. Oh my God. Yes, it is definitely more than one. Definitely more than one. And she gonna be in shit ass trouble with Ted Lou, whatever his name is. I love that little man. He ain't a little man. Well, you know what I mean. I love him. He is so precise, so detailed. Oh my God, I love him. And baby, when he comes, you already knowing he already has all of the answers. He just wants to catch you up to perjure yourself. And when I tell you I don't want to say he laid Pam Bundy down and brought up that limousine driver. And y'all know I love to play that one. Sat on that T for almost a month because y'all wouldn't get my likes up. And then when I actually went and listened to it with y'all, I was shocked. I was so shocked that I was sitting on such tea. That tea was so hot, it was mind-blowing. Y'all remember the limo driver who was finna take him out? They was about to have a gun battle. Yeah, Dusty. Oh, Dusty. Ain't that a name? Yeah, Dusty. Where he was in the car as a chauffeur in Dallas, Texas, when Jeffrey Epstein called him about the girl that they had ate, and he admitted to it. Yeah, he said, he brutally raped her. And the man that was driving him was listening in and heard the girl's name, and he knew her. Y'all remember him? Yeah. And Ted brought that up to Bundy and asked her, why have you not spoken to the limo driver? He's a credible witness, and he was a victim. He was a victim in the 70s by Donald Trump. And he also named Jim Jordan. I'm saying all that to say Jim Jordan ain't gonna do nothing he don't have to do. So somebody else is gonna have to subpoena her because he knows he's in the Epstein files. Absolutely. By the limo driver and Sasha Riley. Baby, they got a lot to lose. Let's go.
Well sought to curry favor and exercise influence to protect their illegal activities and potential violations of ethics rules related to elected officials. Well, let's unpack all of that, shall we? How many elected officials do we know of that are ensnared in the elected officials in the
several in the Epstein files? They do sacrifice all of that, and they believe they are superior race of all. Yeah, but you missed it when I was letting them know we had a whole three almost 4 weeks of reminding the people. They stopped coming in here. I don't give a uck when I let them know that they came from us. The royalty that they think they have, they got that from us. When we came with gold. Yes, indeed. We was all dressed up with gold and silks and fine fibers of fabric. Whatever they think they have, they got it from us. See, this is why they are playing with DNA. They are trying to make make the DNA in every, because they know that they are not JEWS. They know they're not Jews. They are Jewish, ish. Yeah, kinda. They kinda. Yeah, because they've stolen a race of people. Yeah, a lot of them are either Russian or Polish, German. Yeah. No, they gypsies, and they steal. That's why Bibi Netanyahu dialect is heavy-tongued. Yeah, with that Hebrew language. So this lookalike, this clone, they could not match that broken, self-taught dialect. Khazar. Okay. So yeah, that's why they can't have DNAs in the state of Israel, because the DNA will show that they are not native to the land in which they have stolen. That's why that fire burns high and burn me long time right now. Yeah, because the lies, the deceit, yeah, the manipulation, the wolves in sheep clothing are burning. That's why they're losing. And that's exactly why they are targeting those military bases. Yeah, because that's where those brothels are set up. Child brothels. And it took an Iranian to make it clear. Make it clear. And he said it's primarily young girls that they have on those military bases. Yeah. And he know that they got pictures of him, a video with minors. But carry on, let's go.
Epstein matter. One that I can think of, and his last name
good
starts
evening. Hey,
with Trump.
Auntie. Yep, I
On
remember.
March 4th, the committee
the
voted
tape
to
of the
approve a
chauffeur.
motion directing the committee
Thank
to
you so
authorize
very much,
a
Howard.
subpoena be issued to you. Now, the chairperson, Comer,
Thank you.
could have vetoed it, but he did not. He's now ordered her to appear on
He could
April
have vetoed
the 14th
it.
And his last name
Because
starts with
these people want to believe Trump lies. And remember, because this all started when he was running, and he brought up Bill and he brought up Andrew. Andrew, he got a treatment. He's getting a treatment. Yeah, it's just out there. Done been put out, denounced, title stricken, all of that. You fired. Yeah. He thought that they was going to get more out of him when they had them come before Congress, or what is that? What was that word that they use? Contempt. Yeah. He thought he was going to get something from Bill and Hillary. And because they didn't, yeah, it's almost like Comer really wanted to believe that it was going to fall on on Bill Clinton. Yeah, and the Bill could have shut the whole down, and he could have told him about their little escapade. Yeah, he had to break him off a little sign. They had a little pickle gate, Yeah. Give me this thing. I've heard some rumors about this thing right here. Yeah. He could have told some business. What's Strappy say? Some business. Yeah, but he didn't. And so they didn't give him nothing. So now what? You forced to go in? Okay, well, let's go in. And let's talk about the lies, and let's expose them. And let's get to the nitty and the gritty. And can we hurry up? Because this man is going to turn on us in a minute. I don't believe, unless they say it was a grease fire in New York, or electrical on the top floor, yeah, I ain't believing it. I ain't believing nothing other than that. Yeah, no. No terrorists, no sleeper cell, none of that. No, I don't believe it. It's Iran. No, it wasn't. It was you.
Elected officials in the Epstein matter. One that I can think of, and his last name starts with Trump. On March 4th, the committee voted to approve a motion directing the committee to authorize a subpoena be issued to you. Now, the chairperson, Comer, could have vetoed it, but he did not. He's now ordered her to appear on April the 14th, 2026. In the meantime, there are more people that are testifying, including Epstein's accountant, who recently came in and talked about things that were not great for the scandal, nor for Donald Trump, including his testimony, according to one witness, that there was a payoff of a Trump victim from an Epstein victims fund.
What?
He goes over what the
victim, a Trump victim from the Epstein funds. Now, I kind of remembered that, but didn't understand it. A Trump victim was paid. Yeah.
An Epstein victims fund. He goes over what the committee's
is that Katie
Trump victim
Katie Johnson
for the scandal, nor for Donald Trump, including his testimony, according to one witness, that there was a payoff of a Trump victim from an Epstein victims fund. He goes over what the committee's powers are, which she should, of course, know. And then he goes off and says at the end that under the rules, she shall bring with her...
Yes, ma'am, naturally known.
...books, records, correspondence, and memorandum and documents as may be necessary. So, what was she going to bring with her?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. When he made mention that one of Trump's victims was paid out of Jeffrey Epstein's estate. Yeah, because any paper trail with a payoff, yeah, it's going to hurt a whole bunch of Trump believers' feelings. I mean, they act like they don't know this, but yeah.
Books, records, correspondence, and memorandum and documents as may be necessary. So, what was she going to bring with her? Instead of the burn book, is she going to bring the 3 million documents that they've produced and have them at her ready when she's testifying? It's a very interesting, almost threat by Comer about the documents. Now, I'm sure there's going to be pushback and calls by Donald Trump to stop the Bondi testimony. She doesn't want to do this for obvious reasons. Let me show you, in case you haven't seen Comer in a while. Here's Comer just in the last 48 hours throwing the Trump administration and Donald Trump under the bus about why the New Mexico ranch, where New Mexico officials right now are continuing to search to determine whether there are dead victims.
I thought they stopped
Epstein and the sex trafficking ring in the hills of this ranch or on the property of this ranch. And so here's a clip that we found all strange, especially coming from James Comer. Play it.
Sounds pretty sick if what's been said about it's true. What are you hearing?
This is where I talk about what I liked in my first box. If I hadn't already been using them since the beginning of the year.
Well, I'm glad that the New Mexico authorities are going there and searching that property. I know that if no one searches the property, whenever this investigation is finally concluded, people are always going to have questions about whether or not there were deaths there, whether or not there were mysterious surgeries and things like that happening on the ranch. I don't know, but I do know this. The federal government asked New Mexico to stop their investigation, I believe back in 2019 of that ranch. So there's just so many questions about how the government failed the victims and how government failed in trying to prosecute Epstein sooner. I mean, this whole thing doesn't make sense. Everyone has conspiracy theories on New Mexico to stop their investigation, I believe back in 2019 of that ranch. So there's just so many questions about how the government failed.
If what's been said about it's true, what are you hearing?
Well, I'm glad that the New Mexico authorities are going there and searching that property. I know that if no one searches the property, whenever this investigation is finally concluded, people are always going to have questions about whether or not there were deaths there, whether or not there were mysterious surgeries and things like that happening on the ranch. I don't know, but I do know this. The federal government asked New Mexico to stop their investigation, I believe back in 2019 of that ranch. So there's just so many questions about how the government failed the victims and how
Thank you for helping me reach my goal.
In trying to prosecute Epstein sooner. I mean, this whole thing doesn't make sense. Everyone has conspiracy theories on, how Epstein was able to get away with it. Was it because he had, powerful friends?
Yeah.
Was it because he was an agent? No, we don't know, but we're going to find out, and I'm glad that they're on the ground now in New Mexico searching that property.
Congressman, you said in 2019 the government told New Mexico authorities to stand down investigating the ranch. Do you know what branch of the government?
It was the Department of Justice, I believe, and I believe it was because they I believe it perhaps was the Southern District of New York, because they had taken over the investigation at that point. So again, these are questions we don't know, but we're going to find out, and I'm glad that they're on the ground now in New Mexico searching that property.
Congressman, you said in 2019 the government told New Mexico authorities to stand down investigating the ranch. Do you know what branch of the government?
It was the Department of Justice, I believe, and I believe it was because they I believe it perhaps was the Southern District of New York, because they had taken over the investigation at that point. So again, these are questions that we have. We want to get the answers, but I will say publicly, I'm glad that the New Mexico authorities are on the ground searching that property. I don't know if there's anything there. I don't think anybody knows, but I do know this, Jesse. It's probably never been searched before very thoroughly.
That's crazy.
The house probably has, but the property hasn't.
Oh, I can't contain myself. I'm excited to tell you about the world's #1 expanding garden hose and their brand new product, the Pocket Hose. Is reinforced with that liquid. Purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic with purchase. Text legal, covering up for a child sex trafficking ring. So what is going on here is what we've seen from why Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, is no longer in the party. Because MAGA, there are just some things that you can't get MAGA to do. And covering up for a child sex trafficking ring that touches on powerful men and some women around the world, and particularly in the United States, seems to be the one area that's radioactive even for MAGA, especially for MAGA women. It was, Nancy Mace, who I agree with on nothing,
and any new addition built
Marjorie Taylor
on that
Greene and
property,
others that
even
met
dig
with the
up the
victims and
ground
survivors of the Epstein child sex trafficking ring,
and
came away
tunnels.
in
Look for
tears
tunnels.
and tried to support them as best they could on Capitol Hill. At least Marjorie Taylor Greene, who did a gesture of political suicide to support the Epstein victims for whatever reason. Full disclosure, I represent one of the Epstein victims, Lisa Phillips, one of the leaders of the sex abuse movement, sex abuse victim dignity recovery movement, if you will. Proud to do that. And when you have MAGA, who are abandoning Donald Trump based on his handling, his forced use of resources and political capital for himself and those around him in the Justice Department, in the FBI, to cover up his role in the child sex trafficking ring, whatever it may be, to cover up his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm sorry that some of your best friends were convicted and or indicted child sex traffickers, but they were. I'm sorry that you yourself, as in Donald Trump's case, have been adjudged to be a sex abuser, and there are dozens of women who have accused you of sex abuse. and physical abuse related to that sex abuse, and cover up and payoffs of having affairs and sex acts outside your marriage. That is the glass house in which Donald Trump lives, of his own making. And so with that as a backdrop, you've got MAGA freaking out because on the Iranian war, they're like, how is this America first? I mean, you have Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, and an election denier, and a MAGA right-winger, and a friend of Nick Fuentes to the nth degree. He had to resign because he says Israel is leading Donald Trump around by the nose, and there was no imminent threat of attack by Iran. So the America First thing's not working with Donald Trump's Iranian scheme, and the depravity of the cover-up and the cover-up of the cover-up, and using crash test dummies like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel to cover up the cover-up is grating on MAGA. And they are not, many of them right-wing Christian nationalists, they're not buying it. Even when Trump was elected president, they celebrated because they thought we'd get to the bottom of the Epstein scandal and it would be complete transparency. We've seen the complete opposite because Donald Trump is at the heart of it. We'll continue to follow it all, including we'll have live coverage on Midas, on Legal AF, of Pam Bondi's testimony on the 14th of April. If she makes it that far, you know I have a working theory that she is not going to make it all the way to her next Oversight Committee hearing.
What you mean she's not going to make it? What you mean? What you mean?
And the cover-up of the cover-up, and using crash test dummies like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel to cover up the cover-up is grating on MAGA. And they are not, many of them right-wing Christian nationalists, they're not buying it. Even when Trump was elected president, they celebrated because they thought we'd get to the bottom of the Epstein scandal and it would be complete transparency. We've seen the complete opposite because Donald Trump is at the heart of it. We'll continue to follow it all, including we'll have live coverage on Midas, on Legal AF, of Pam Bondi's testimony on the 14th of April. If she makes it that far, you know I have a working theory that she is not going to make it all the way to her next Oversight Committee hearing, or her next hearing on Capitol Hill. She's that poorly considered by Donald Trump. And now with Kristi Noem being fired, I think the chopping block has moved on to Pam Bondi. The only thing she's got going for is she knows where the Epstein files are buried. But the more she proves to be useless in hearings like this, the less likely it is for Donald Trump to keep her around, if you know what I mean. Until my next report here on the Midas Touch Network, come over to Legal AF YouTube channel, hit that free subscribe button.
So he's saying that she's going to be fired before. Yeah, no. They have scrubbed that out about Ivanka now. Ivanka with them tape breaking pedo crime family Jared and Ivanka real estate brokers found. Yeah, they have scrubbed that. I'm trying to find it for y'all. Hold on. Because I want to end on that. I'm sure she will resign. I think they too honorary. I think they too honorary. I think that they are banking on whatever promise that they were told about he will pardon them, but they got to be careful if they really want her. They need to come up with some state charges so he cannot pardon her. I reckon Israel just made a fatal mistake. What's the fatal mistake? Yeah, I don't know. I know they know. Trouble is coming. I know they know. Stop mocking me. Boy, shut up. Hold on. And I'm desperately trying to find it. Hold on. Trouble in my way, trouble in my way. I gotta cry
Okay, I just have to share
sometime.
this. Just got in the
Oh,
mail
he don't
2 months
cry.
food
He's
supply from my
emotionless.
Patriot
Okay.
Supply, and
We have some big developments this evening from articles of impeachment that have been filed against Attorney General Bondi, where her week is really going from bad to worse. She has impeachment to deal with now, on top of the subpoena regarding the Epstein files.
Oh,
At the
yeah.
same time, the partial government shutdown is really impacting Americans when they're traveling. Now we're learning that some airports may soon have to shut down completely as a result of
This
the
is why
ongoing
nobody is
government
talking
shutdown.
about
A
Michael.
shutdown that really does not seem to have an end in sight, all while the
Thank
war in
you,
Iran
Eve.
continues. Donald Trump continues to be upset at allies for not stepping up and not doing their part, in his view, as France becomes the latest country to say, Mr. President, we're not going to support your efforts.
It's a no.
And
It's a
much
hard
more.
no.
As always, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. The more you like, the more people see. Even if you don't like the news, and please subscribe to my Substack. Click the link below. In the face of the attacks, in the face of the pressure, we will never stop. So let's jump right into it. Today, this afternoon, articles of impeachment have been filed by Congresswoman Summer Lee and other members of Congress who have co-sponsored this resolution against Attorney General Pam Bondi. So she's facing, on one hand, a congressional subpoena issued for her deposition on April 14th to testify in front of the House Oversight Committee. That deposition will take place in less than a month and will focus on the Department of Justice's mishandling of the Epstein files and the release of the Epstein files, along with the lack of compliance of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. These articles of impeachment, meanwhile, I'm going to show you all 4 of them momentarily. They don't have a chance at passing. I'm going to be very clear. But they do if Democrats take over the majority in November. And this is kind of putting even more pressure on the Attorney General. The first article of impeachment relates to obstruction of Congress, defiance of a subpoena. There has been a subpoena issued to the Department of Justice, to Pam Bondi, regarding the Epstein files that is separate and apart from the Epstein Files Transparency Act. This subpoena specifically deals with the Epstein files and was on August 5th, 2025,
I'm just
well
an
before
American-only patriot.
the Epstein Files Transparency
I'm
Act
for
was
our
ever passed.
citizens and nothing
The
else.
second article of
I
impeachment,
totally agree. It's
obstruction
I
of
don't
Congress,
give a F.
defiance of the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
I
The
totally
Oversight
agree.
Committee is going to get more evidence in support of this article of impeachment during the deposition, and they're going to really outline exactly why the Attorney General deserves to be impeached over failure to follow the law. The third is abuse of investigatory and prosecutorial powers. This specifically is much broader. It talks about how the Attorney General has allegedly abused her power as Attorney General to go after folks, including violating the constitutional right of citizens and residents of this country, and also using the office of the Attorney General to go after political opponents. And then finally is dismantling the rule of law through the defiance of the courts. They specifically talk about how the Department of Justice has repeatedly violated court orders and has attacked federal judges and more. We'll see where this goes, but it comes at a precarious time for lawmakers on Capitol Hill because there remains a government shutdown ongoing. And right now, a senior Transportation Security Administration official is warning that some airports could soon be forced to close down if lawmakers fail to quickly reach a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security and end the ongoing partial government shutdown. Acting Deputy TSA Administrator Adam Stahl says the agency is running out of options to blunt the impact of the funding lapse. Quote, as the weeks continue, if this continues, it's not hyperbole to suggest that we may have to quite literally shut down airports, particularly smaller ones, if call-out rates go up. A lot of these officers can't afford to come in. TSA officers are deemed essential to government function, and which means that they're still required to work during the ongoing shutdown. More than 300 officers have left their jobs since the shutdown began on February 14th.
Hold on, y'all.
over a
I'm
month ago.
Oh my God, I have to show y'all. Y'all know once I come over here researching, I'm going to always see something that's funny. I got to share it with y'all since I'm laughing. But that fake Bibi Netanyahu is malfunctioning, y'all. Him is Now, y'all.
Stop! Put the cup down now!
Stop. I guess he didn't like that coffee. Y'all hit the like button. They laughing at me. Y'all together?
No, come here.
Don't leave me.
Let me get back over here, y'all.
Roughly 50,000 officers are required to work without pay during the shutdown. Based on statistics from Reuters, and elsewhere, more than 30%.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Options.
I'm so sorry.
Discovered the sinking machine. The zero gravity massage chair. Japanese.
To blunt the impact of.
It's gonna be Joe Biden's fault. It's gonna be what's the other fake Biden or Obama's fault? It's their fault. It is their fault.
The funding lapse, quote, as the weeks continue, if this continues, it's not hyperbole to suggest that we may have to quite literally shut down airports, particularly smaller ones, if call-out rates go up. A lot of these officers can't afford to come in. TSA officers are deemed essential to government function, and which means that they're still required to work during the ongoing shutdown. More than 300 officers have left their jobs since the shutdown began on February 14th, over a month ago.
Let me try to
Roughly
find
50,000 officers are required to work without pay during the shutdown, based on statistics from Reuters and elsewhere. You have more
getting
than 30%
our servicemen
TSA
unalive.
today
Now you want
calling
people
out
to work
major
without being
airports
paid.
like Atlanta,
All
New
because
Orleans, JFK, and Houston's Hobby Airport. And while it's placing a major strain on airports across the country, with some airports having seen hours-long lines at security, up to 5 hours before their scheduled departure time, some officials are warning passengers to arrive. Now, the TSA is relying on the National Defense Force to ease that pressure, sending additional officers to airports that have faced severe staffing shortages. But we're reaching really a critical point here. And right now, when you talk about what's next for this government shutdown, people don't really talk about it, but there really is no next step for this government shutdown. There is no off-ramp here. There is no agreement on the horizon right now. So if you are traveling soon in the next several months, be aware that your airport may close completely. And it's not hyperbole to suggest that at all. It's not hyperbole to suggest that. Now, meanwhile, a lot of folks have questions about the SAVE Act. SAVE Act on Capitol Hill. There was a vote today to begin debate on the SAVE Act. There's a lot of misinformation floating around about the SAVE Act. So does the bill have the votes to pass? No. You need 60 votes to pass this bill. You need 50 votes to start debate on the bill. And that's what happened today. It's a procedural vote. They started debate on the SAVE Act. The ultimate vote to finally pass the bill won't happen until later this week, potentially early next week. It's going to fail. You don't even have all Republicans on board. Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis says they don't support it. You don't have all Democrats. You have no Democrats on board. So you're in a situation where the SAVE Act is now doomed to fail, and it comes as lawmakers are blasting Pete Hegseth. This is what Pat Ryan said today.
Happening here. I think it's the last question. How embarrassing at this point is Pete Hegseth? We've been watching some of his press conferences. The guy sounds nutty.
I mean, Hegseth has literally become more deranged than the SNL skits at this point, and it would be funny if he wasn't literally killing American soldiers. And so for him to stand up there, you see each time he screws up and we screw up and we lose Americans, he gets more desperate and he screams louder and he just shows his weakness. He is fucking pathetic. at this point, and he has the blood of now 13 Americans on his hands, and he needs to be held accountable for that. I actually started a website called firehegseth.com, and everybody upset about this war should go right now and sign up for that, because we need to fire Pete Hegseth.
Yeah. Pretty powerful statement from the congressman, and it comes as allies overseas. France has become the latest to say no to the president.
Nous ne sommes pas partie prenante au conflit. Et donc, jamais la France ne prendra part à des opérations.
We are not party to the conflict, and therefore, France will never take part in operations to open or liberate the Strait of HORMUZ in the current context. On the other hand, we are convinced that once the situation has calmed down, and I deliberately use this term broadly, once the situation has calmed down, that is to say, once the main bombing has ceased, we are ready, along with other nations, to assume responsibility for the escort system. But it is all political, technical, and obviously with all the actors of maritime transport, with the insurers and operational work that we must build. We have begun exchanges with India, with several other European partners or partners in the region.
Nous avons commencé des échanges avec l'Inde, avec plusieurs autres partenaires.
So we'll see what happens next, but this war isn't ending anytime soon. I'll have more updates for you soon. Like, comment, share, and subscribe. Make sure to subscribe to my Substack, link below. See you soon for another update.
Okay. I'm trying to find something good to go out on since y'all not hitting the like button. Okay, let's say this one.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells.
In every investigation that's ever been known to man and everyone I've ever been involved with in 35 years of my career, you follow the money and the money trail. In any corruption scandal, whether it's sex, whether it's fraud, whether it's both, you follow the money. And now we've got new testimony by Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's bookkeeper, accountant, who kept the money machine rolling and all the bills paid and the victims paid off for all those years, including potentially a victim of Donald Trump, as was testified. While you've got the bombshell reporting by James Comer, of all people, the MAGA head of the House Oversight Committee.
He had to call in Condoleezza. Yeah, I saw that.
First Trump administration, first Department of Justice under Trump, led by Bill Barr, put the kibosh on an investigation of that New Mexico ranch where they're looking for potentially dead victims' bodies in the Epstein scandal. Why in 2009? Sorry, why in 2019 were they told to stop by the feds? Why were the New Mexico officials told to stop? Why did
gave him that job at that school.
And I get he was indicted in that period of time, but why did they stop the investigation dead in its tracks? We cover it on the Legal AF podcast with Ben Meiselas and me, and here is a clip from our full-length podcast.
So, Popok, give us some of the latest updates in the Epstein investigation. Obviously, we know that there have been more documents that have been coming out. The FBI has been hiding kind of critical docs regarding people who have made serious accusations as well against Donald Trump. We know that the Post and Courier of South Carolina in Charleston, where this survivor was from the South Carolina area, they've been able to corroborate a lot of elements of the story. They weren't able to corroborate the stuff. The stuff with Trump happened in New York. Is what the allegations were, that this survivor alleges that Trump sexually assaulted her in the New York area when Epstein brought her from South Carolina to New York.
South Carolina.
The Courier couldn't confirm any of the stuff that was in New York.
South Carolina. Whoa. South Carolina. I haven't heard this. I don't think. I need to wait a minute. Pay attention.
Of all people, the MAGA head of the House Oversight Committee, that the first Trump administration, first Department of Justice under Trump, led by Bill Barr, put the kibosh on an investigation of that New Mexico ranch where they're looking for potentially dead victims' bodies in the Epstein scandal. Why in 2009 Why in 2019 were they told to stop by the feds? Why were the New Mexico officials told to stop? Why did they? And I get he was indicted in that period of time, but why did they stop the investigation dead in its tracks? We cover it on the Legal AF podcast with Ben Meiselas and me, and here is a clip from our full-length podcast.
So, Popok, give us some of the latest updates in the Epstein investigation. Obviously, we know that there have been more documents that have been coming out. The FBI has been hiding kind of critical docs regarding people who have made serious accusations as well against Donald Trump. We know that the Post and Courier of South Carolina in Charleston, where this survivor was from the South Carolina area, they've been able to corroborate a lot of elements of the story. They weren't able to corroborate the stuff. The stuff with Trump happened in New York, is what the allegations were, that this survivor alleges that, Trump sexually assaulted her in the New York area when Epstein brought her from South Carolina to New York. So the Post and Courier couldn't confirm any of the stuff that was in New York. What they were able to confirm, though, was a lot of the very minute details as it relates to South Carolina. There's very specific stuff, and they said all of that stuff happened and was true in the South Carolina piece in the 80s in this report. So talk about that one. Then there was another one, Popok, involving a victim who was about 16 years old. And this came out in the FBI, some of the new documents that have been released after Pam Bondi was subpoenaed, where when Epstein was going into his townhouse, he was getting what he called Donald Trump when he was getting a massage and sexually assaulting a survivor. A survivor alleges that Trump was on the phone when Epstein was in his townhouse, when right around the time she was sexually assaulted, and Epstein called Trump, and Trump was on speakerphone. And so that one came out. And then you had the money man, the accountant, was deposed, who gave mixed messages. So to try to walk us through it.
Yeah. And I'm not, I don't feel sorry for Pam Bondi, but I am rubbing my hands in glee that all of this new information, including a major bombshell about the New Mexico ranch of Epstein, by James Comer, of all people, the MAGA head of the Oversight Committee. For a minute, I forgot what side he was on after
All
he
money
went on
ain't
Jesse
good
Waters
money. You're absolutely
and
right.
said that he's glad that the state officials in New Mexico are now going over with a fine-tooth comb this New Mexico ranch that Epstein operated, because he said that the Trump administration, first time around, under its Department of Justice and Bill Barr, told the New Mexico officials to stop doing their investigation in 2019 of the ranch. Now, soon thereafter, they indicted Epstein, but even Comer on Jesse Waters was like, we got to get to the bottom. What's going on in that ranch? Are there dead girls buried there or not? Yeah, are there dead girls buried there or not? And that's something, why did the Trump administration help out Epstein? By having the New Mexico officials stand down from an investigation that the feds did not take over. And that's from James. When on your best day, your MAGA leader is throwing you under the bus, that tells you all you need to know about Donald Trump's efforts to try to make the Epstein stain and scandal go away. This is all before Pam Bondi. She must not be, in this military base that she's now living on, apparently, because now they had to move her because of threats against her. Not that she was involved with any of the military operations in Venezuela or Iran, but they apparently have to move her into a military base. She's not getting much sleep in there as all of this new information comes out. So you got the New Mexico ranch information, James Comer. You got Richard Kahn, a little-known guy who is the bookkeeper, estate trustee, and accountant for Jeffrey Epstein. That's a nice way of saying he enabled Jeffrey Epstein's child sex trafficking ring for years by making sure the flow of money among all the properties and the jets and the people, and the gifts and everything all flowed properly. Kept the wheels spinning there. And of course, he tried to come off like, well, I only knew about his charge in 2006 in West Palm Beach. In Palm Beach, I had no idea that that he was a pedophile. Really, nobody believed that. In fact, Democrats have come out and said he made contradictory and kept the wheels spinning there. And of course, he tried to come off like, well, I only knew about his charge in 2006 in West Palm Beach. In Palm Beach, I had no idea that that he was a pedophile. Really? I mean, nobody believed that. In fact, Democrats have come out and said he made contradictory and concerning statements about women who made allegations against both Epstein and Donald Trump. Look, at least one member of Congress who was in the room has said that, and again, this is behind closed doors, unfortunately, but we'll be getting the transcript one day. And Khan said that out of the victim survivor fund that Epstein created, or the estate created, of $120 million, at least one person who made accusations against Donald Trump was paid off. So we're going to have to wait to get our hands on that transcript, but at least one person who sat through the testimony took that down as a note and put it up on his social media platform. So you've got the accountant, the money man, who may or may not have lied to Congress about his true knowledge. You've got this Jane Doe number 4 that you referenced, who has accused the president of abuse. I think that ties back to somebody who's at the time 13 years old that claimed that Donald Trump tried to force her to commit oral sex on him.
And she bit that thing.
She bit him, and then he assaulted her. Now, I've always said the following, and I think this is consistent with the Midas Touch and Legal AF channels. I don't know if that's true or not, but who also doesn't know if that's true or not? The FBI, the Department of Justice, because they refuse to conduct any investigations. How is it there are 1,200 victims, including one of my clients, Lisa Phillips? How is there 1,200 victims, acknowledged victims, of a child sex trafficking crime ring that has brought down
and
40
reported
to 50 people worldwide, including a member of the royal family? And there's not one known investigation or prosecution of anybody in the United States by the Department of Justice. Not one. What does that tell you about the corruption of the Department of Justice, its capture by Donald Trump, its complete lack of independence? Why isn't there a special counsel that's been appointed to go over the 3 million or 8 million or whatever pages there are of the Epstein files to bring the predators to justice? Why? Because we have a predator in chief who's in the Oval Office and who runs and controls the Department of Justice. This is why Pam Bondi's being dragged back in, I'm sure kicking and screaming. There's no burn book that's going to get her out of this one about her cover-up of the Epstein files, and why there's no prosecutions of anybody that has been implicated by it. We heard from the accountant, the Rothschilds and the Lex Westners of the world, and the Leon Blacks that gave Epstein billions and billions and billions of dollars, and maybe the connections between Epstein and Russia, right? And then we had new reporting. Get this one. It says a lot about an administration when a cyber hacker has more morals than our own administration. Apparently in 2023, a cyber hacker, not knowing he was breaking into the FBI, broke into the FBI Epstein database, got to see things that you and I and the public haven't been able to see, including disgusting photos related to child pornography, in the words of the cyber hacker. The cyber hacker was going to go public thinking he had broken into a pedophile's database. The FBI, apparently in New York, had to get on with the cyber hacker, convince them by flashing their badges that they were the FBI and that he had broken into a criminal database of theirs. The fact that he was repulsed, or she was repulsed, the cyber hacker, and yet no one in our government, led by Donald Trump, seems to be equally repulsed or feel that they have the duty to justice and the American people to go after those that created those pictures, that participated in those events, is just depraved. And this is why America is rejecting the Trump administration, and why we are winning, or why the Democrats are winning, in race after race after race. It is this the indelible stain of the Epstein scandal, which is not the only sex scandal going on in the Trump administration. You got one over at Labor, you had one with Kristi Noem over at Homeland Security, you got Donald Trump and everything he does, and then you've got the Epstein matter and what it means in terms of the lack of character and fitness for those that serve in this government. And that is the reason why that the other party, the party out of power, is winning 90%. Out of 280 races that have happened since the beginning of the Trump administration, they've won 90% of them, okay? Or they've overperformed in 90% of them. They're 28-0 in flipping seats, including in weird places. It could be 29-0, including the Northwest District in Georgia, that Marjorie Taylor Greene. But this is why, because America will tolerate a lot, but they won't tolerate a heartless president, and they won't tolerate a corrupt, morally bankrupt president, and that's what we're watching as Pam. I don't even know when does Pam Bondi come in for that hearing.
Whenever they let her out of the military bunker, she's supposed to be deposed pretty soon, but I bet
she's in hiding.
Do everything and anything in her power to delay that. That's for sure.
Welcome back. We sit at the intersection of law and
politics. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all one more good one before I go. And then I am going to the hackers was about to report them for having it. Absolutely, Peter. Absolutely. But I thought somebody recently, what was he totally humiliated for? Failed. He bullied Trump into war. Do we think he really bullied him into war? Do y'all think he bullied him into war? I don't know. Trump panics out the secret. Yeah, I don't care nothing about no affair. Hold on. Hold on to your weak. Hold on.
At first, they might look like.
Do y'all think he? Yeah, no.
Everything.
I think he may have.
One of the things that I.
Yeah, I don't know if I think that Putin final. Wait, what? Here it is. Super sticker. I like the musical interludes. What musical? What are you hearing? Oh, my ocean water. I mean, you talking about my my rain? Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord. Now we finna hear all of that. Is that what you talking about? Oh. Oh. I used to do my intro. Was you around then? When I hit the like button? When I almost said something that y'all could have taken the wrong way. I was about to say something, boy. Yes. I used to be more conditioned with my throat vocals, with my, but I ain't been conditioned in,
Try not to do is hope that people will die. That's kind of like weird to do. And I normally don't. There's even leaders that I really think are bad, like in the United States, that I don't actually wish
Hit the
to
like button.
pass away, because I think that's a bad approach to life.
Oh yeah, I've been
and
trying
not
not to
mention
say it.
strategically, you often don't even know if
I have been trying
that'll
not
have the
to say
consequences you think
that.
that it will, or will it unleash even more retribution or whatever, right? So on the human level, I wouldn't want it, and on the pragmatic level, I want it. But whenever I see reports about Putin being ill, something in me goes, hee hee hee, and feels very happy, okay?
Putin is.
and
I
I
thought
saw
you was talking about
firsthand
Trump.
in Ukraine, is responsible for the mass murder of so many people, and he is
We know
a
your heart
hungry for power,
and your interest
detached
in the
from
chat,
humanity
Channel Friend.
psychopath who
Thank
cares
you,
more about his own
Mimi.
glory than about human life. And the fact that he still gets human life, despite all of that, is one of the things that makes me doubt justice in this world. So I saw this headline, and of course it piqued my interest. Leaked video reveals Putin's days are suddenly numbered. Now, I like to be in my commentary as unclickbaity as possible, okay? Maybe a YouTube title here and there is bleh, but my actual commentary, I try not to mislead you for the sake of you being intrigued. Let me just say, I think that title is a little misleading. We don't know that his days are numbered, okay? But the video is going viral because you have a guy who has put so much effort into seeming like
I thought you was talking about
immortal strongman. That's a part of what these dictators.
No, I don't want to waste my last one on that because I don't think that that's true. I don't want to go out on that. That's not how I want to go out. Hold on, I'm trying to find a good one to go out on. I wish I could find the one about the Kirshner's. Okay, okay. Let's get Bill. The right hand man turns against. Okay, let's hear what he thinks about the right hand man. Media exposed it. Drone hunter. Okay, let's go out on Bill. Let's go out on Bill. And then I will finish setting up the one with Candace. Y'all please hit the like button. This is gonna be the last one, and then I'm gonna set it. What time is it? 9:30. Let me go ahead and set it now. Can y'all hit the like button for me? Please. I would greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna wait until y'all hit the like button. You gonna wait? Yeah. I need for y'all to hit the like button. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Natural in New Orleans. Thank you. Hold on. I'm trying to set this up now. Put 9:30. Ain't nobody hit the like button. Double tap the face of your phone. Hit those 3 dots at the top right corner. Top right corner. You out, Peter? I'm trying to set this up. Give me a minute, y'all. Yeah, because I got to do it on this screen. Oh, no. I can do the rest. Over here. What does this say? What is this one? No, that's not it. Game over. It's over.
Well, this machine just handled everything I threw at it. That said, though,
Okay.
I'm not quite done with it yet.
Years in public life, as a governor, as a president, and as someone who's watched this country go through some extraordinary chapters, I've learned something that I think most people instinctively understand, but rarely say out loud. When your opponents come after you, that's Tuesday. That's just how politics works. You expect it, you prepare for it, and frankly, sometimes it makes you sharper. But when the people who stood beside you, who defended you, who built their careers around believing in your vision, when those people start walking away, now look, that tells you something no poll, no press conference, and no press secretary can spin away. And that is exactly what we are witnessing right now in the United States of America. Today, March 17th, 2026, Joe Kent, a decorated Green Beret, a man who served 11 combat deployments, a man President Trump personally nominated to lead the National Counterterrorism Center, resigned. And he didn't resign quietly. He said in plain language that Iran posed no imminent threat to this nation and that he could not, in good conscience, support this war. Now, I want you to sit with that for a second. This isn't some Democratic senator from a blue state doing what you'd expect. This is a man confirmed on a 52-44 vote with Republican support. A man from the heart of the movement, and he's not alone. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the most loyal Trump allies in modern political history, has called this war a complete betrayal of the America First agenda. Senior military leaders are expressing open dissent. Veterans are stepping forward to blow the whistle on what they believe are illegal acts of war. And we'll come back to all of that in a moment, because the details matter more than you might think. Let me tell you something. I don't say any of this with satisfaction. When a president loses the confidence of his own people during a time of war, that is not a cause for celebration. That is a cause for deep, serious concern, because the consequences don't fall on one man. They fall on every soldier deployed overseas, on every family waiting at home, and on a country that deserves leadership it can trust. This isn't about politics. This is about whether our institutions can hold. Now, to understand why people like Joe Kent are walking away, you got to understand how we got here. And I mean really understand it. Not the headlines, not the sound bites, but the sequence of decisions that brought the most powerful nation on earth into a war that nobody voted for. On February 28th, 2026, the United States launched coordinated military strikes against Iran alongside Israel. No congressional debate, no formal authorization, no vote. The president acted unilaterally. And then the justification started shifting. First it was nuclear enrichment. Then it was ballistic missiles. Then it was imminent threat. Then it was, well, Israel was going to act anyway, so we had a very difficult decision. Now look, I've been in that chair. I've made the call to use military force. In 1998, we struck targets in Sudan and Afghanistan. In 1999, we led the NATO campaign in Kosovo. And let me tell you, every single time I understood something fundamental. The American people deserve to know why their sons and daughters are being sent into harm's way. And Congress has a constitutional role in that decision. That's not optional. That's not a formality. That is the law of this land. The War Powers Act of 1973 exists for exactly this kind of moment. Members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans alike, raised constitutional concerns. The ACLU called the strikes unconstitutional. And yet on March 4th, the House rejected a resolution to constrain the president's war authority. That vote haunts me, I'll be honest with you, because it means the one institution designed to check this kind of unilateral action chose not to. Here's the honest truth. The question was never whether Iran posed long-term concerns. Any serious person knows Iran's nuclear ambitions required a strategy, authority. That vote haunts me, I'll be honest with you. Because
y'all hit the like button.
The War Powers Act of 1973 exists.
It's going to be my last time asking y'all. I'm going to just end this. Hit the like button. Get the likes up. Support the platform. Ouch. Likes up, please. I'm going to wait till they go up. And then I'm going to just kick it off. Oh, wow.
Tonight we begin with a political confrontation unfolding inside Washington that highlights one of the most significant debates about presidential authority and congressional power in recent years.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to my distinguished colleague out of Jersey.
I just want to quickly go over something because we keep rewriting history. The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and patriotically? He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. He asked Speaker Pelosi. What don't we understand that?
Will the gentleman yield for the question? Are you saying Nancy Pelosi controls the National Guard?
Wait a minute.
The president could have ordered the National Guard if he wanted to, and you know that.
My time, I lost some of my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. You have a few more seconds.
And finally, how many elected officials say we're going to fight to win an election? It's new terminology used all the time, seriously. And of course, if they were guilty...
Yeah, I'm finna end this.
For exactly this kind of moment, members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans alike, raised constitutional concerns. The ACLU called the strikes unconstitutional. And yet on March 4th, the House rejected a resolution to constrain the president's war authority. That vote haunts me, I'll be honest with you.
Thank you, Kane Live, for the high
institution
five. Hey.
designed to check this kind of unilateral action chose not to. Here's the honest truth.
Thank you.
The question was never whether Iran posed long-term concerns. Any serious person knows Iran's nuclear ambitions required a strategy. The question is, who had the right to decide and whether the American people were told the truth about why we went. Because when a president bypasses the process that the Constitution built, it doesn't matter how noble the goal sounds. The foundation is already cracked. And this is where things start to get complicated, because what followed made everything worse. Now we've got to walk through what actually happened, because the facts here are not in dispute, and they are devastating. Joe Kent resigns on March 17th, stating plainly that Iran posed no imminent threat and that this war was driven by pressure from Israel and its American lobby. The president's response? He told reporters he always thought Kent was weak on security and said, "We don't want those people." Now, let me remind you, this is the same man Trump praised a year ago as someone who had hunted down terrorists and criminals his entire adult life. You don't get to celebrate a man's service when it's convenient and then discard him the moment his conscience speaks louder than his loyalty. That's not leadership. That's something else entirely. But Kent is only one fracture in a structure that's breaking apart. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the woman who once seemed inseparable from the Trump brand, went on CNN and called this war a complete betrayal of campaign promises. She asked a question every American should be asking. Why would an American president do that? Senior military leaders have expressed open resistance, with reports of generals pushing back against orders they consider strategically unsound or potentially unlawful. Then there's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's declaration of no quarter, no mercy against the enemy. Now, I need people to understand what that means.
Yeah, what does that mean?
In military law, no quarter means you do not accept surrender. You kill rather than capture. That is a direct violation of Article 23 of the Hague Convention. Veterans like Ken Harbaugh have stepped forward to say publicly what legal scholars are confirming. That language alone may constitute a war crime. And then MENAB, a U.S. missile guided by outdated intelligence, struck an elementary school in Iran. Over 165 people killed, mostly children. The Pentagon's own preliminary assessment confirmed the United States was likely responsible. We've got to remember, these aren't abstract policy disputes. 13 American service members are dead. Approximately 200 are wounded, and an elementary school full of children no longer exists. This is where it stops being politics and starts being a moral reckoning. Now I have all the information I need. Now look, I've sat in that office. I've held that weight, and I want to be fair here. Because being president during a military conflict is the hardest thing a human being can be asked to do. You're getting information from every direction. People are dying. The clock is always running. And every decision you make has consequences that outlive your presidency. I know that. I lived it. But here's what I also know. That weight is precisely why discipline matters more than instinct, why process matters more than personality, and why honesty with the American people isn't just a virtue, it's a strategic necessity. And what we are seeing from this White House is the opposite of all three. When Joe Kent resigned today and said this war was not justified by any imminent threat, the president's response was to tell reporters, "I always thought he was weak on security." Now think about that. A man with 11 combat deployments, a Green Beret who lost his first wife in combat operations in Syria.
Yeah.
The same man the president praised just last year as a warrior who spent his life hunting down terrorists. And now, because Kent's conscience wouldn't let him stay silent, he's weak. That's not how a commander-in-chief responds. That's how someone responds when they can't answer the substance, so they attack the person. And then there's the question that haunts me the most. When asked about the timeline, when does this end? How do we define success? The president said, and I quote, "The war will end when I feel it in my bones." Let me tell you something. The families of those 13 dead American service members are not comforted by feelings in anyone's bones. They deserve a strategy. They deserve an end game. They deserve a president who can articulate why their loved one gave everything. And when your defense secretary declares no quarter, no mercy on a global stage, you're not projecting strength. You're putting every American in uniform at legal and moral risk. That phrase isn't tough talk. Under Article 23 of the Hague Convention, it's a potential war crime. And every soldier in the field knows it, even if the people in the briefing room don't. I'll always try to be fair. Governing is hard. Iran is a real challenge.
You welcome, Power.
But hard situations demand more rigor, not less. More consultation, not less. More truth, not less. And that is where this administration has failed the people who trusted it most. Now I want to step back from the individuals for a moment and talk about something that worries me even more than any one person's decision. I want to talk about the institutions, because the institutions are what hold this country together when the politics get ugly. We've got to remember, America doesn't work because we always elect the right people. It works because we built systems that can absorb mistakes, correct course, and protect the public even when leadership falters. The Constitution, the War Powers Act, congressional oversight,
one more time,
the chain of command,
for the blind man in the White House, this is how you address your country. Absolutely.
These aren't decorations. They're load, even if the people in the briefing room don't. I'll always try to be fair. Governing is hard. Iran is a real challenge. But hard situations demand more rigor, not less. More consultation, not less. More truth, not less. And that is where this administration has failed the people who trusted it most. Now I want to step back from the individuals for a moment and talk about something that worries me even more than any one person's decision. I want to talk about the institutions, because the institutions are what hold this country together when the politics get ugly. We've got to remember, America doesn't work because we always elect the right people. It works because we built systems that can absorb mistakes, correct course, and protect the public even when leadership falters. The Constitution, the War Powers Act, congressional oversight, the chain of command, the intelligence community, the independent judiciary, these aren't decorations. They're load-bearing walls. And right now I see those walls buckling under pressure They were never meant to carry alone. Start with civil-military relations. When senior generals began expressing open dissent, when military leaders push back against orders they believe are strategically unsound or potentially unlawful, that tells you something has gone deeply wrong in the relationship between civilian leadership and the armed forces. That relationship depends on trust. The military trusts that the president is acting on sound intelligence and legal authority. The president trusts that the military will give him honest counsel. When that breaks down, people die. It's that simple. Then look at the intelligence community. Joe Kent wasn't some outside critic. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, the person whose entire job was to assess threats to this nation. When that person says there was no imminent threat and resigns in protest, it doesn't just embarrass the president. It damages the credibility of the intelligence apparatus itself.
Absolutely.
Because every future assessment will now carry the shadow of this moment. People will ask, are we hearing the truth, or are we hearing what the president wants to hear? And Congress, let me tell you, what happened on March 4th when the House voted down a resolution to constrain the president's war authority, that wasn't just a missed vote. That was the institution designed to check unilateral military action,
Denise?
choosing to look the other way.
Who is dead, Denise?
We saw what happened in Vietnam when Congress deferred too long.
This is law of the land.
We saw it again in Iraq.
And the educated
History
no business
does
man.
not forgive that kind of abdication.
One more time. Yeah,
and
yeah,
neither
yeah.
should the American
Denise,
people.
man
Then
is
there's
dead.
Manal,
Who you talking about?
a school full of children hit by
Who's
a missile
dead?
guided by outdated.
Who's dead, Denise? Yeah, Netanyahu, yeah. But who is Denise talking about?
Intelligence. Between 175
I need for you
and
to
180
clarify that.
people killed, most of them girls in an elementary school. That tragedy is what happens when the process breaks down.
I'm going to remove that
oversight
until you
is
tell
thin.
us who you're talking
When a
about.
chain of command
Yeah, because
is
it's
operating
kind of
under
misleading.
political pressure instead
I need
of
to know who you're
strategic
talking
clarity.
about.
And
Hey,
every
Denise.
American should grieve that.
No, I'm talking about the one who
because
made
it
a comment by
happened in
saying
our
he's
name.
unalive.
Now, here's where I want to be really careful.
I'm
because
trying to
I think
see
this part of the
if she's
story
spreading
matters more
fake
than
news.
people realize. Joe Kent is not a Democrat. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a moderate. These are people from the very
If she's
heart
dropping
of the
propaganda,
movement that
fake
put Donald
news.
Trump in office, not once, but twice. And when people like that break ranks, it's not because
Okay,
they
but
woke
did you hear me ask you who? I mean, you responding, Denise. I'm gonna ask you for the last time. Who are you talking about? Is unalive? And I'm not gonna wait too much longer because I asked you 3-4 times, but you responded to something else. So who are you talking about? Are you lying, or are you? What are you talking about? Speak up. Type up, or I'm gonna remove you altogether. That's okay. Yeah, you try to play in our face like we slow. We ain't slow. Oh, yeah. Now get on up out of here with that foolishness. Stop lying. Y'all lie too much.
These are people from the very heart of the movement that put Donald Trump in office, not once, but twice. And when people like that break ranks, it's not because they woke up one morning and decided they were liberals. It's because the leader violated something fundamental.
No, I know your picture,
The
Denise.
promise that held the whole thing together. Let me tell you something from my
I
own
know my
experience.
T-sippers.
Every political
It's
coalition
these guests.
is built on a covenant.
They be trying to play me on the
It doesn't
pool.
have to be written down. But the people who follow you, who knock on doors, who defend you on television, who stake their reputations on your word, they do it because they believe you mean what you say.
Absolutely.
And the moment they conclude that you don't,
That
the
you're just
whole
a straight up
architecture
liar.
starts to shift.
That's what she
Donald
should have
Trump
put.
ran on
He's a
America
liar.
first. He ran on ending endless wars.
Facts.
He told his supporters over and over that he would not be another neoconservative president dragging the country into regime change conflicts in the Middle East. That was the covenant. And this war in Iran, launched without congressional authorization, alongside a foreign partner with no clear end game and shifting justifications, that breaks it. Green said it plainly. It's a complete betrayal of those campaign promises.
Absolutely.
She warned that this could cost Republicans the midterms. Senator Rand Paul has said Republicans are heading toward a disastrous election cycle if this continues. And the polling bears it out. This war is deeply unpopular, and it's hitting hardest in the very swing states that delivered Trump his victory in
He outta here.
2024. Now, I understand the pain of political betrayal. I've lived on both sides of it. And I'm not here to celebrate anyone's coalition falling apart, because when governing coalitions fracture, the country feels it. But I do think the American people need to understand what's happening here. The people who built this house are pulling out the bricks, not because someone told them to, because the foundation they were promised turned out to be something else entirely. And the question now isn't really about Trump's political survival. It's bigger than that. It's about what happens to a democracy when tens of millions of people who were promised one thing discover that they got another. That kind of disillusionment doesn't just hurt one party.
Russia, not either.
It corrodes faith in the entire system. And we'll come back to
Russia helped
that
him the first time.
because the consequences are still unfolding.
Elon
Now,
helped him the
whenever I
second
talk
time.
about difficult
This
situations,
last time.
I try to be honest about what I think comes next. Not to alarm people, but because I believe Americans deserve straight talk, not spin. So let me lay out what I see. First, this war could escalate further. We're now in the third week. 13 American service members are dead. Approximately 200 are wounded, 8 of them severely. Billions of dollars have been committed. Iran has responded with missile and drone strikes against U.S. bases and allied countries in the region.
Fresh, chef-made meals delivered right to your door with calories and macros listed on every dish. For dinner, I'm having Chinese.
The Strait of Hormuz is under pressure, and the administration has called on allies to help secure it. But so far, the response has been silence. Reports indicate that the UK, France, Germany, and other traditional partners have declined to join a coalition. When your allies won't stand beside you, that's not their failure. That's a signal that the case for this war hasn't been made. Second, congressional pressure is going to mount from both sides. The War Powers Act debate isn't over. A formal authorization vote would force every member of Congress to go on the record. And for many of them, especially Republicans in competitive districts, that vote could define their political futures. The longer this goes without a clear strategy or endgame, the harder it becomes for anyone to defend. Third, the internal fractures within the Republican coalition are real and widening. If Trump loses the anti-interventionist wing, the populist, the Kent supporters, the MTG constituency, the Tucker Carlson aligned voices, his governing majority weakens significantly. Senator Paul has warned of a disastrous midterm. Polling in blue wall states is already shifting. This is the kind of issue that reshapes political maps. Fourth, the international consequences are severe. The UN has opened an investigation into the Manav school attack. Amnesty International says the strike may have broken the rules of war. America's moral authority,
that school is going to
which we
get him.
spent decades building, is being spent at a rate we cannot sustain. Here's the honest truth. This is the moment where the country either corrects course or digs deeper into a crisis that will define a generation. I believe, I have to believe, that the democratic system has self-correcting mechanisms. Congress can act. The courts can act. The public can act.
But see, at this time, y'all don't know. I don't know if they know, but the Congress have a lot of the PDFers are in Congress. That's why they don't want to act. That's why they act like they can't see. Like, you know, like their eyes are closed and they walking by. I can't see. Me no sabe, you know, all of that. Yeah, because they are involved in the cult.
But those mechanisms only work if people of conscience use them. They don't activate themselves. Let me close with this. I've spent my whole life believing in this country, not because it's perfect, but because it has always shown the capacity to recognize when it's gone wrong and find its way back. We did it after Vietnam. We did it after Watergate. We did it after Iraq. Not easily and not without cost, but we did it. And what
Treason,
gives me hope
absolutely.
today, and I know that might sound strange given everything I've just said, is that the voices of conscience are coming from the most unexpected places. Joe Kent is a man I disagree with on nearly everything. His politics, his affiliations, his worldview, we are not on the same page. But today, that man put his career on the line, looked the president who appointed him in the eye, and said, "This is wrong." Iran posed no imminent threat. This war was not justified, and I cannot stay silent. That took courage,
Just know
real courage.
when you are
Not the
wicked,
kind you perform on
your
television,
judgment is coming.
but
Absolutely.
the kind that costs you something. Those veterans stepping forward, people like Ken Harbaugh, calling out what they believe are illegal acts of war, knowing full well the backlash they'll face, that takes courage too. And those generals, working within the chain of command, trying to ensure that American forces operate within the law, even when the rhetoric from the top says otherwise, that is the quiet, unglamorous work that holds a democracy together. Now look, democracy doesn't require us to agree on everything. Lord knows I've spent a lifetime disagreeing with people and still finding ways to work together. But it does require us to agree on certain fundamentals. That the truth matters, that the Constitution matters, that human life, American life, Iranian life, the lives of those children in Manav matters, that no president, no matter how popular, is above the process that the founders built to protect us from exactly this kind of moment. I said at the beginning that when a president's own people start walking away, it tells you everything you need to know about where we are. But it also tells you something about where we can go. Because in America, the story never ends with one man's failures. It ends with what the rest of us decide to do about it. We've been through dark chapters before. We've made terrible mistakes. But the thing about this country is that we've always had people willing to stand up, sometimes from the most unlikely places, and say, this isn't right. That's what Joe Kent did today. That's what those veterans did. That's what those generals are trying to do. And whether I agree with them on everything else or not, I respect anyone who puts their conscience above their comfort. So I'll leave you with this. The American people have to demand accountability, demand transparency, demand that their leaders follow the law, not because it's easy and not because it's popular, but because that is what separates us from the kind of country we never want to become. And I still believe, with everything I've got, that we won't.
Okay. I'll be back at 9:30. Peace out, good people. Peace out.